need the other one. Oh man, where is? Did I not find that? Oh, it's over here. Here it is. Okay, I need to put these in for a bit. Sorry. It's the volume key. Alright, let's try this out. Something sounds weird about that. It's not this, is it? Hello? Turn the music up a bit. It's a little quiet. That's a little more much. Oh yeah, okay. Huh. Okay, well, let's test this way a little bit. It's because of the angle I was at. I'm gonna turn the noise suppression on actually, just in case. Alright, it's on. Turn the music down. Maybe turn the mic up. Maybe this one up too. And there we go. Ah, there. That's better. That sounds better. Alright, let's test this out and see how things are sounding. Sounds pretty decent, I think. Anyway, hi, I'm Boxcat. Today we're playing The Willow Mist Emporium. of antiques and curiosities. Well, we're continuing to play. We started it last week. We started the game last week. And we're gonna finish up the demo tonight. I don't know how much is left, so it might be a short stream. Or it might be a 1 hour, who knows? We'll see, but we have there's still a little bit left of the demo, so we're gonna finish that up tonight. All right. Alright, let's get right into this. By the way, how has everyone been? I hope everyone has been doing good. Alright. So last time, well, we took over, our aunts. Our aunt, sent us a letter asking us to, take care of her shop while she goes somewhere. So we come to this town, and we end up taking care of this place where we're out at. We have, we find out that this town, it's different. It seems there's a lot of non-human beings taking, like, sanctuary in this town. Like, our grandma kind of, like, helped build the town or something. Not grandma, aunt. And it's kind of like a sanctuary for people and beings that don't quite fit in. Or something along those lines, but there's a lot of beings here that aren't exactly human. So far, I think I've caught on to what most of the characters are, except for that little girl and Emmett. Emmett, I still don't know if he's human or if he's something else. So I'm curious to see if we'll find that out. Because he kind of sort of just asked us on a future date at the end of last stream. Kinda sorta. Sorry, I feel like my audio isn't very clear. Or maybe it's just my voice. Maybe move that up a little bit more. Let's give that a shot. Maybe that's a little too loud. Turn the OBS down. Well, no, well, let's do 1.7. I think that's the usual area-ish. Be 1.5. I'll give that a shot. Alright. So yeah, this is the Willow Mist Emporium of Antiques and Curiosities. I always want to say of Oddities and Curiosity. I always want to call it Willow Mist Emporium of Oddities and Curiosity, but no, it's antiques, not oddities. I don't know why. My mind just like I don't know, it feels like it fits. But no, yeah. But yeah, this is day 5. And, I guess the morning of day 5. Let me get some water before we start. Spilled a little there, I guess. Okay, I'll keep that right here. Sorry about this. Cat fur on my mic. Actually, I don't think I've ever used this. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. And yeah, maybe I should, at least here on OBS, turn myself down a little bit. Was this, down too much? Let me turn the audio up a bit. Okay. I guess we'll give this a shot. There. Alright. I'll see how this sounds. So yeah. I guess let's go. Also, never remind me to never, own a shop like this, because apparently I'm horrible at pricing. Apparently I don't know how to price things. People keep always going, oh, turning away because I have it, I don't know, too expensive, but it sounds like that was a totally perfectly intact, cute teddy bear. Why would it not be okay for it to be like $12? They wanted it for $6. Yeah, I just don't think I'm good at setting prices. Maybe we'll do better today. I guess, let's see. I'm gonna take these off and put my headphones on. There we go. All right. Oops. Sorry. Like that. All right. The sing-songy chirping of a group of small bluebirds on your windowsill woke you from your sleep. You sat up and yawned, stretching out your shoulders with pop. I'm sure that's not meant to pop. Rubbing your blurry eyes, memories of last night suddenly resurfaced. Filled with alarm, you search out the book you found and notice that there was nothing on your table anymore. Was that all a dream? God, I need to stop watching TV or something. I think last night, if I remember correctly, the ghost girl, she had her little, she made the little concert video or something. They recorded her singing. I think that's what was happening last night. Oh. Did we just fall? Oh. Abruptly, a book fell on your lap, as if someone had dropped it. A very familiar leather-bound book. How the... Does this place have a second ghost or something? Absent-mindedly, you begin to flick through the pages. But instead of being greeted with a journal like you expected, you found strange, intricate drawings, almost like sigils. It looked old, but incredibly well kept, and you couldn't read a word of it. You flicked to the front, and in the bottom corner of the page was a single word, or in this case, a name. Marigold. I wonder who that is. Oh, is that our Aunt Sylvie's? Like maybe her middle name? Is this Aunt Sylvie's? Just what is going on around here? Ghosts and knights, sure, but people around here are different. Does that mean that she was too? It did make sense to you, kind of. Your aunt was a little strange, in a curious way. Okay, Mr. Book. I'm gonna leave you here, but I'll come back to you later tonight, I promise. There's no need to follow me around the store, alright? I've got work to do. But trust me, you and I have a date tonight, okay? Don't go anywhere. You set the leather-bound book carefully on your desk, taking note of exactly where you leave it. Sorry, the back of my throat gets dry so easily, and then I'm like raspy. All you wanted to do at that moment was find answers. But instead, you turned to the door. There was work to be done. Inventory needed sorting, bills to be paid, and customers waited to spend their hard-earned money. And talk to you, apparently, since that's what your aunt did. Help people. Alright, so this morning we will... sort through the store. Right. And then... afternoon? Man the counter. We'll leave that to, oh god, what's his name? What is his name? Florian. Florian. You remembered a line from Aunt Sylvie's letter as you hauled another box across the attic floor? And for heaven's sake, don't try to sell the vase with the bird on it. It's cursed. I remember that. It sounded a bit like a warning, but also a hint. And curiosity was eating away at you. If I were a cursed vase, where would I hide? Okay, so I have no choice. Okay, if we find it, we are going to leave it alone. Hopefully. Because nothing good ever came out of cursed vase. Or cursed anything. It's like those people who, online who, like, find a box covered in candle wax, and they're like, I wonder what's in here! And it's like... like, don't touch that! Oh, I roll. Ooh, this is new. You rummage with more heart than technique, but no bird pattern vase, not even a feather. Either it's excellent at hiding, or not here at all. Well, I'll find you one day. You repacked the chaos as best you could, and made a mental note to return to the search at a later time. You began searching through your aunt's collection. Oh, that's cute! And find ceramic axolotl figure. I'd buy that. You just stepped away from the counter for lunch, when the door opened, and Florian came waltzing in, covered once again with his sunglasses and bucket hat. Florian! Hey. How are you feeling? Did you get some sleep? The deep-set bags under his eyes didn't look very promising. I'm fine enough to work. That's not promising. Well, if you say so. But you should think about going to see a doctor or something if it continues. Yeah, I think he's having problems like sleeping or something. Didn't I tell you to stop worrying about me? Yeah, but no one said I had to listen. Good day, Sir Florian. Pray, forgive my intrusion, but might I inquire about a particular contraption you have hanging from your pockets? I've never seen it before. Lucille stepped over from the side of the store, a helmet under her arm. She gestured toward a pair of headphones connected to Florian's phone, which was half hanging out of his pockets. They're a pair of headphones. Headphones. A peculiar name. I have heard of a phone owning to Lady Sylvie, but not these headphones. They're tiny mini phones that you put in your ears, and they put the screen in your brain. Not They put the sound of the screen in your brain. Winnie popped out of nowhere, grinning at Lucille. Is that so? What? No, she's bullshitting you. They're just little speakers. You have to be careful, or the tiny phones will invade your ears and take over your mind. Good thing Florian's here, or else, we would have to correct some stuff for Lucille. But Winnie's just here having a good time. That is quite terrifying, Lady Winona. I believe I will keep my distance from these headphones. I'm telling you, she's lying. Look, you listen to music through them. Florian held the headphones out to Lucille, who raised a hand. My warmest thanks, but I believe it best to let my ears remain free of such intrusions. Why do you never listen to me? She's playing a trick on you. I do not believe Lady Winona would lead me astray. And I would. Should I play along? No, but I don't want to scare her. It would be kind of funny, but I don't want to scare her and not... Winnie's messing with you. Really, they're just for listening to music. You might like them. Thank you, Sage. But if that truly is the case, there is plenty of music to hear without technology. I do not understand. The singing of the birds, the rustling of leaves. I believe that will make do, for now. I'm too tired for this shit. Perhaps a caffeinated beverage would be of assistance, Sir Florian? I shall go fetch you one. Sage? I'm up for one. Oh, actually hot chocolate, yeah. There will be no problem, Lady Winona. I apologize that I cannot offer you a beverage too. It's okay, Lucy. I'll just enjoy it from afar. You really don't need to. I shall be back post-haste. At that, Lucille left the front door, with a spring in her step. I'm gonna keep practicing. Bye-bye, lazy bones. Winnie floated back up into the ceiling. You weren't sure you'd ever get used to that. Oh, seriously though, are you doing okay? It's just some personal shit. It has nothing to do with work. Alright, but don't overwork yourself too much, yeah? Actually, I'm glad we have a second alone. I wanted to talk to you. Why? I guess you're kind of the person I know best in town? Why? I'm not the kind of person that people confide in. I disagree. You're really easy to talk to. What is it? I found something. Congratulations. Would you prefer a ribbon or a medal? Are both optional? No. Damn. You got me all excited for no reason. But seriously, it was... I woke up in the middle of the night, and there was a tornado in my room. Right. A tornado in your room. I think it was some kind of, like, wind spirit or something. I think I kind of remember what she's referring to. You're not taking me seriously right now. No shit. You're telling me there was a tornado in your room. Okay, listen. Not a tornado exactly, but a lot of wind and leaves. They were swirling around me. Uh-huh. And they led me to a book. A book I can't read, but that doesn't matter right now. As soon as I touched it, it all disappeared. What's going on here? Are you an idiot or something? Is this supposed to be something obvious? Whoa, where's that coming from? And yeah, probably. I told you, this town is full of people, full of all kinds of people. That includes your aunt. There's probably a reason she wanted you to come take over. She always has her reasons. She just never actually tells anyone what they are. I think she gets off on leaving people confused. It's just that... A week ago, if you told me that ghost and time-traveling knights in magic books existed, I'd call you crazy. Now I'm just meant to accept all of it? I don't know, you're doing a pretty good job of it. Am I? Do you like Winnie and Lucille? Yeah. Of course. They're both great. So who cares if they're a little different? And what about me? Maybe you're a little different too. Does it matter? Well, no, but... It's just kind of tossing everything I thought I knew to the wind. Well, that's life. One day you're a normal person doing normal shit, and the next, everything's turned upside down without your permission. I feel like that's being spoken from a personal experience. Yeah. Speaking from experience there? I don't know what you're talking about. If you say so. Anyway, thanks, Florian. I guess I have to be open-minded. I mean, I can't just not believe any of it's true, seeing as the evidence is right in front of my eyes. Can't wish away fighting off a tornado in your bedroom. It wasn't like that. My apologies for the wait, my friends. What wait? You were gone for all but 5 minutes. A midday jog helps me clear my mind. Please enjoy. Did she jog back with the coffee? Without spilling any? That's impressive. She placed down a small tray on the counter, with 3 drinks carefully tucked into it. You quickly took yours, glad for it, and Lucille picked up something floral smelling. What have you got there? The shopkeep called it a whiteberry forest tea. I'd admit, I have not yet tried such a thing, but I tend to keep away from coffee. I said you didn't have to get me one. It would be unbecoming of a knight to offer a drink to Sage and not you, Sir Florian. Please. Just accept it, Florian. She was being nice. She was thinking of you. I'm not thirsty. Truly. Then I apologize. I did not mean to make you feel uncomfortable. It's not... Ugh. With a grumble, Florian picked up his drink. It smelled like strong, dark, rich coffee. There, are you happy now? I've got work to do. With that, he took off, coffee in hand. Is he always so pleasant? If by pleasant you mean acts as if some knave has defiled his morning gruel, then yes. Sir Florian has been rather somber from the moment we met some months ago now. Well, I guess even Grumpy is charming in its own way. I'm sure he has his reasons. That is true. If I were to speak my mind, I would say he holds low belief in himself. Unfortunately, though I do not think the circumstances that have led to him to think like that. Regardless, under his solemn exterior, he's full of kindness. Honestly, everyone here is great. I like them all. Kind? Yeah, he is. So are you and Winnie. Vivi and Quinn too. Everyone's been really nice to me since I got here. Even Emmett's, kinda. Now that is enough idle rest. I must take my watch and secure the perimeter of this establishment. Wait. You've barely had a break. You were running an errand. Though my respite was brief, the call of duty is constant. I would not delay in safeguarding you in the store. Lucille bowed low to you, before leaving out the front door once again. Well, back to work, I guess. Okay. Everyone sit in a circle. Florian, sit here. Lucy, sit next to me. Sage is sitting there. Perfect. Why do I have to be involved with this? Because you work here. Look, the ghost girl said you have to, you have no choice. Everyone, let me welcome you to the Willow Mist Emporium's inaugural book club meeting. I didn't know we had one of those. Bravo, Lady Winona. A wonderful introduction. I don't even read books. Can I go? No, you can't. You said you'd be a member. Only because you forced me to. I did no such thing. And anyway, you've got nothing else to do. I actually work here, you know. I have a job, unlike some people. Hey, I work plenty. Yeah, on what? On things you don't even understand. Mm-hmm. Like what? I've got all day. You can explain. Well, like, stuff. Florian raised his eyebrow. Anyway, you're not getting out of this so that easily. We're having a book club meeting, and you're gonna enjoy it. Winona's word is law. Lady Winona is right. Master Florian, this is a wonderful opportunity for all of us to enjoy ourselves and partake in the arts. I for one am looking forward to this. It's been a while since I sat down with a book. I've never been in a book club before. Here, Sage. I do have myself a fondness for literature. God save me. What kind of books do you think we read here? Like romance novels, like sappy romance stories? We're forcing Florian to join us with that? Now, for the first agenda. Now, first on the agenda is picking our very first book. To make it fair, everyone can suggest a book, and then we'll vote. Florian raised his hand. Yes, Florian? Can I suggest How to Escape a Book Club? Is it a real book? Honestly, it probably is. I wouldn't be surprised. No. Then no. Think a bit harder. Ugh. My suggestion is this. Winnie pointed to a magazine that was sitting on the front counter. It was a little trashy, with articles about how to lose 10 pounds overnight and other nonsense. Seriously, that's a magazine. It's not even a good one. It's a book. It's got pages. And the author worked very hard, so don't insult their work, mister. I don't think I agree. Yes, that is... I personally don't count a magazine as a book. I don't know what I count it as if it's not that, but I don't know, it just... I mean, like, 50% of a magazine is ads, so... That's one of the reasons I don't buy magazines, really. There's so many ads. I have no objections to Lady Winona's suggestion. However, I would like to suggest something I've been meaning to read for a long time. If I may, Lady Winona. Sure, Lucy. Lucille stood up and walked behind the counter. A moment later, she returned with a very large, very dusty book. It was massive. The kind of tome you would see in a museum, not a book club. On the cover were the words, "The Chronicle of the 27-and-a-half-year War" in bold letters. That's not even a book. That's not even a book anymore. That could kill a man. We're supposed to read that entire thing? How many pages is that thing? Only 4,112. The rest are appendices. It shan't take us more than 2 weeks to read it. I'm not quite sure about that. Might take me a bit longer. You can't be serious. Appendices? Aren't those the things meant to be in your body? I mean, I mistook them too for a second. I think that's an appendix. There was much to be learned from this tome on the art of war and peace. I believe it would be a wonderful experience. Are you sure this isn't a torture club? I guess that depends on what we do with the book. Any more suggestions? I'm fine with anything. We can always change it later, right? Alright. Then all in favor of Lucy's book? Winnie, Lucille, and you raise your hand. Florian just sighed and shook his head. Fantastic. I'll just start digging my grave now. You may find, Master Florian, that the work is more engaging than you anticipate if you go with an open mind. For now, I will begin drafting study questions for our next meeting. I seriously did not sign up for homework. I'm sure it's not that bad. Lucille, pass me the book for a second, and let me try to read it. Also, there's only one of those books, I'm guessing. So, how are we all gonna... Are we gonna read it together? Or are we gonna... like, pass it around? I don't know, how does that work? Of course, Sage. Please take your time. She passes the book over, and you nearly fall from your seat because of the weight. You pulled it onto your lap and opened to a random page. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? I might have spoken a little too soon. This is a little hard to get through. Is this even in English? It is indeed. It is indeed. However, the dialect is archaic. I imagine it may prove a challenge, but a challenge is the only way to truly improve oneself, is it not? Did you hear that, Florian? You might learn some new words. Keep talking to me and I'll teach you some new words. Oh, scary. Florian's so scary. Winnie stuck out her tongue, then suddenly stood up, clapping her hands. Well, I think that's everything. We can all take turns reading the first chapter, and then we'll see each other for our second meeting later. Finally. I look forward to our continued literary pursuits. Meeting adjourned. You know, I've never been part of a book club. It could be fun. But I guess... I don't know. It'd be interesting at least. I think I need to price this down. Say 27? This down to like 5. Alright, now move this down to 7. Price this at 14. How about 15? No, that might be too high. Someone's gonna say it's too high, aren't they? So how about 14? I hope these prices are okay. I hope we sold something today. You get seated behind the counter, ready for today's customers. We can always count on her. The bell chimes and a customer comes in. Welcome. The vintage stuffed rabbit reminds me of my mom's laugh, but quieter. Fine. No, I need a counter. Cause last time she asked this bunny for $7, almost exactly. Now she's asking for it for 3. Or was something like that. Please take the offer. Sure, 4. How about 4? Okay. I need to make some income today. I didn't make anything the last time. But I don't feel happy about only making $3 or $4 on a perfectly cute, perfectly intact rabbit. Vintage rabbit. I'll see you next time. The customer leaves the store. You saw one customer today, but no one else is coming now. It's a little past 5 p.m., and you're sweeping a few stray leaves from the floor when the door opens once again. And then 5 leaves join you awaiting their inevitable sweeping. Greetings, Sir Emmett. You have arrived at the most fortuitous time. Sir Florian and I were debating over whether Sage would neglect to pay the bills or not this week. I was not doing any such thing. You're not supposed to tell anyone that. It was just between us. Do I look that forgetful? Do you want me to answer that honestly? No, I'm not sure. Emmett adjusted his glasses, pushing them up from the center with his fingertip. No bills will go unpaid while I'm still contracted. What's that supposed to mean? Everything would fall apart if I fired you? Probably. I didn't say that. But you're free to assume what you will. Careful, if you speak so nice to me, people will think you actually enjoy my company. My apologies. We wouldn't want that, would we? Now I'll set up my computer at the counter. We can go through the books together. I did bring my own laptop if that makes things easier. It would stop me having to come and assist you every week. Yes. Miss Miracle never did have any interest in technology. Yeah, but then you wouldn't be able to come by. Aw, miss out on hanging? I miss out on hanging with you. Perish thoughts. I would be happy to show you how to digitize your accounting yourself. And then there would be no need for me to come here every week. You would save money, and I would save time. That sounds like a win-win to me, from business owner to business owner. But what about your wonderful company? It could be used on another client, I assure you. Fine. It's upstairs. Should I bring it down? Upstairs is inadequate. Adequate, right. A quieter location might be a good idea. Yeah. Emmett looked sideways to where Florian and Winnie were currently discussing a new movie that had been released. And then toward Lucille, who had been sharpening her sword. Probably a good idea. The two of you head upstairs into your apartments. Home sweet home. Can I get you something to drink? Coffee would be fantastic, thank you. You crouch down to look at the back of your aunt's cupboard. There are around a dozen different kinds of tea in beautiful little embossed tins with handwritten labels. Your aunt's handwriting? It looked like it. Pushing those aside, you found what looked like a 20-year-old container of instant coffee. Fair warning, I think this coffee is older than I am. Would you expect anything less from the owner of an antique store? Good point. Touché. I'm just saying, if you get poisoned, please don't sue me. All I have to pay you with is a button in the buttons and pocket links. I can't say a client has tried to pay me with pocket lint before, but I've been known to accept buttons on occasion. You picked up at him. He sat down at your kitchen table at some point, scrutinizing his face. Seriously? I don't think so. Unless he has. Okay. No. Why would I accept buttons? It was a joke. Maybe the buttons were made out of gold? That's the only explanation I could why he would accept a button as payment. Wow, it's actually kind of impressive how you can keep a completely straight face while joking. I thought maybe you worked with a button factory. I do, but they pay me direct deposits. You do? I think he's joking again? Maybe? Okay. No. There's no button factories anywhere near Willow Mist. Alright, wise guy. How am I meant to know when you're joking, huh? You stood up, quickly pouring both Emmett and yourself a cup of the perhaps kinda out-of-date instant coffee. Here's hoping it's still drinkable. You handed him the cup, and placed your own down at the spot beside us, then collected your laptop, which was still open to Winnie's idle page. A fan of idols? I mean, if he's gonna use... I'm gonna do it too. I used to be an idol back in the day. Is that so? Yep, big into singing, dancing, all that. And you decided to pack up and move to the countryside to sell antiques? Yeah, the spotlight isn't for everyone. I just shine too brightly. It's fortunate you have something to fall back on. If that doesn't work out, or this doesn't work out then. Wait, were we? I thought we were just joking. Were we? And I just don't remember? Putting aside non-work talk, please navigate to the webpage and download the software. I will give you the license to use it under my business. Emmett pulled out his own laptop, then showed you the download page for some pieces of accounting software, which you promptly downloaded. Have you ever used a program like this before? What if I said I had? I would inquire whether you were lying or not. Okay, I haven't. Really, I'm new to all this. Any guidance you can give me is appreciated. Not to worry. It's rather beginner-friendly, and your aunt's business is quite simple. It's all cash in, cash out. I would suggest continuing to use the book downstairs for keeping track of sales, as Miss Marigold will find it more comfortable when she returns. But once a week, you can copy the numbers in here. He leaned over slightly, pointing toward the screen. Miss Marigold chooses to pay off her bills weekly. I had suggested monthly or every 2 weeks, but she was adamant about it. These bills would cover water, power, and the usual. Payment for your employee is already paid directly out of your aunt's account, so there's no need to worry about that. Okay, that's nice. That saves me a bit of effort. Just make sure to put some time aside every week for paying bills. Got it. My weekends are about to go crazy. So I just click here to find my bills? No, over here. He leant over again. But you couldn't help but notice the scent of his cologne? It was almost floral. In fact, if you had to pinpoint the way it smelled, maybe sparkly? What does sparkly smell like? Distracted, your hand brushed against his, and for a split second, time seemed to pause. Emmett quickly pulled his hand away and cleared his throat before continuing on like nothing happened. Yes, just there. Click on the tab and it will show you an overview of your pending payments for the week. Alright, I got it. Thanks, Emmett. From here on, it should be straightforward. However, since it's your first time, I'll stick around and assist you with filling in the sales data from the book downstairs. That would be appreciated, honestly. I don't know what I'm doing. Really? That's awfully kind of you. At that, he let out a rare laugh. I'm paid by the hour, Sage. I wouldn't call it kindness. Oh, I see. Looking to fill up your bank account, huh? That's the point of running a business, yes? I appreciate the help nonetheless. Even if it comes from a selfish place. Want another coffee before we start, Numbers Boy? Numbers Boy? You like numbers, don't you? Yes, I suppose so. And no. One of those coffees was enough to last me a lifetime. Thank you. If I never have to drink another, it'll be too soon. So I'm taking we should probably throw out the coffee. Gotcha. I'll grab the book then. Feel free to make yourself comfortable. I headed back downstairs, and then spent the next several hours going through the handwritten records your aunt left, plus your recent additions. Fortunately, just as Emmett said, it was a rather simple task, just very time-consuming. And done. Well, that was fun. It was, yes. Okay now, I'm the one who was joking. I think I'll leave all the numbers to you. That much is obvious. I had to stop you from entering the wrong amount at least a dozen times. Hey, I'm learning. Does that mean if it doesn't work out, I won't be getting an apprenticeship at your accounting firm? Spend a few more years studying, and then maybe you'll have a chance. At an interview. Ooh. Wow. What's the point of knowing anyone if you can't even get a job through nepotism? I believe that a friendship is required for nepotism to work. Are you saying you don't want to be my friend? Even though I'm so effortlessly charming, witty, and funny? I do not have time for friendships, Miss Marigold. So I apologize, but nepotistic position at my company is not likely. That's not how it seemed when I bumped into you the other night. When you What do you mean? Does he have a twin? Or does he have like multiple personalities or something? At the Silver Oak. You were there? You talk to me! Am I that forgettable? You were sitting a few tables away from me. Lucille and I were leaving when you told me I was doing a great job at the store, and you wanted to see me again. You're giving me mixed signals here, okay? And then you asked me out to dinner. I believe you're confusing me with someone else. No, it was definitely you. Lucille saw you too. So that's a no to hanging out? It's late. I believe our time is up. I will bill Miss Marigold directly for our session. He stood hastily, and the sound of wood scraping against wood echoed through the small room as he threw back his chair and began quickly putting all his papers and laptop back in his briefcase. Then maybe we could... I really should be on my way, Miss Marigold. Good night, Sage. Don't forget to brush your teeth tonight. That's random. Brush my... Is there something in them? In a hurry, Emmett rushed out the door and down the stairs, leaving you staring at the empty spot where he'd been just a moment ago. Don't forget to brush my teeth. What is he, my mother? Wait, what's that? A folded up piece of paper remained on the table. You unfolded it to see a letter addressed to Emmett. Resisting the urge to snoop, you instead folded it back up, then found your hands covered in sparkles. What the... You brushed him off on your shirt, then touched the paper again. Once again covered in sparkles, despite the paper looking crisp and white. Emmett will probably want this. Taking the letter in hand, you dash downstairs. Where did he go? Maybe I'll save here. I haven't saved in a while. Get this one, right? Quick save. I guess quick save? Okay, so we get smarts check and luck check. I'm guessing those are related to the things when we re-roll the dice, the numbers. Hey, do we have a... What's this? What happens here? Okay. I have skills? Oh! Okay, so I have one skill I can apply somewhere? I wanna apply it to luck. Mainly because I want to do something not smart. And see what happens. He can't have gone far. Trust in yourself, Sage. You set off on foot, walking through the darkened town. It was a clear night, and the sky was full of more stars than you could count. It was certainly different from back home. You were walking like this in search of Emmett, but slightly distracted by the sight above when you heard a meow. Then another and another. Kitty! Where's that coming from? Following the noise, you turned into a side street and saw a group of kittens huddled together and surrounding a certain man. Don't worry, I brought you food. There's no need to get violent. There, eat. Emmett was crouched low to the ground, holding out a small white plate, bordered with yellow ducks for the group of tiny cats. Aww, that's so sweet. As the kittens meowed and ate, he gently stroked them, smiling. His normally serious face had been replaced by a softer expression. Well, I wasn't expecting to find my favorite numbers boy feeding strays. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. What are you doing here? As he spoke, his voice cracked, and the kittens scattered, leaving the two of you alone in the dim moonlight. Why not? Maybe I enjoyed your company so much I didn't want to let it end yet. You what? Is that so unlikely? You've known me for a handful of days. All we do is talk about business. Maybe that's exactly the point. We want to get to know you outside of business. Maybe I just like listening to you talk. He looked at you incredulously, as if trying to gauge if you were joking or not. Okay, I do like you, Emmett, but I found you for a reason. You left something at the store and I wanted to return it. Really, here. Sorry for spooking you. You held the letter out to him, and he finally stood up from his crouched position, dusting the dirt off his pants. He reached out and took the letter, carefully as if not to tear it. Did you read it? I'm not as nosy as I look. No, I didn't read it, I promise. I was tempted, though. Well... Emmett cleared his throat and adjusted his tie before tucking the letter away in his jacket. I apologize for my prior rudeness. That was highly unprofessional of me. I'm not expecting you to be professional outside of work hours. In fact, I think you could probably loosen up that tie a little even during business hours. Do you like cats? I suppose you could say that. That's not a yes or a no. They're small and cute. I mean, I kind of want to, but okay, now I'm gonna go neutral. You like small and cute things? I don't want to be like coming on too strongly or something. Is that a crime? No, it's just unexpected. I thought you were more interested in spreadsheets and auditing, not cats. Can a person not like multiple things? Of course. I'm just happy to get to know something new about you. Getting anything out of you is like talking to a brick wall. Why would you care? Do I need a reason to get to know someone? Emmett adjusted his glasses and stared at you for a few moments, as if he was waiting for the punchline. Okay, apparently I do. I'm new in town. I'd like to make some friends. Is that sufficient? I'm sure there's plenty of people around town who would be thrilled to be friends with you. And that doesn't include you? I'm a busy man. I don't have time to hang out. Right, I remember. You have no time for friendship. So why are you here feeding kittens then? Fair comments. Thank you for returning my letter, Miss Marigold. But it's late. I really should be getting home. You too. Then how about me letting you walk home? Then how about letting me walk you home? Is something gonna happen to us when we walk back home? Because I remember Lucille telling us not to walk outside alone at night or something like that. There's no need for that. It's hardly a 10-minute walk from here. I know there's probably no need, but can I do it anyway? Hadlati sighed, and his shoulders drooped. Fine, if it makes you happy. That doesn't mean I consider us friends. The more he denies me, the more I want him. Like, come on! Fine, if that makes you happy. That doesn't mean I consider us friends. The two of you started walking through the dark streets. There was a cool breeze, and you pulled your clothes tighter around you. Oh, we get a CG. How about close acquaintances? We can start there. Great. You won't regret it. You smiled brightly, and Emmett looked at you out of the corner of his eye. So, my close acquaintance, am I allowed to ask you something? If I ask you not to talk to me, you wouldn't do it, would you? Nah. I don't talk that much, do I? Emmett remained silent. Wow, ouch, okay. I can't tell if you're joking or not. That's kind of terrifying. But okay, going back to the topic at hand. What was with you the other night? Seriously, I don't think I'm going crazy. I definitely saw you there. I was afraid you'd ask that. Are you gonna tell us you were, like, drunk or something? And your, like, personality changes or something? I mean, I guess it'd be believable. if you wanted to hide that it was something else. Fine. I'll tell you, but this will stay between us. My lips are sealed. It is. I have low alcohol tolerance. Huh? The normal, non-supernatural answer stunned you at first. Then you were surprised by your own reaction. Why did you expect it to be something different? Yeah, I kind of just assumed. I feel like this is being directed to me. Oh, wait, that's really it? Why would I lie to you about that? It's embarrassing enough to admit. I guess it's just so mundane. Like compared to a ghost or a time-traveling knight. What? What does that have to do with anything? Oh, don't worry about it. So you really were just drunk the other night. Quinn offered me some of his homemade cider, and I felt embarrassed to turn it down. It was only one drink, but that's all it takes. I apologize you had to see me that way. It was actually kind of adorable seeing you act so nice, sweet, talkative. Adorable? A 31-year-old man is hardly adorable. If you do it right, you can be. And yet there you are. How strange. This is why I try to avoid alcohol. How much does it take to get you drunk, exactly? One sip? You know, for future reference. Please do not test that. You can't tell me all that and then not follow up with a number? Emmett, where's the fun in that? You're the numbers guy, right? God, I've already told you too much. Yes, even one sip will do it to me. It's not something I'm proud of. If it helps, I'm not much of a drinker either. That's what the early 20s are for. Now I'm old enough, my bones are cracking. You can't be more than 20s. You can't be more than 25. Oh, are you complimenting me, my dear accountants? Trying to get on my good side? Hardly. I'm 26, actually. But you were close. What are you doing out here in the middle of nowhere at 26? What's this I hear? Someone wants to get to know me? It's only simple curiosity. To tell you the truth, I have no idea. You've no clue? I was getting a little burnt out working part-time jobs, and thought maybe some time away from the city would be good for me. Running the store was just a lucky opportunity. I haven't even seen my aunt since I was a kid. It would be like Miss Marigold to leave a near stranger in charge of her business. I don't think she had much of a choice. My grandparents passed away, and my mom, well, they don't talk for some reason. I do want to know what that reason is. Like, what happened? What about you? And you can't weasel out of the invasive question this time. You asked first. I moved to town a few years back. With your business? That came after. I arrived in this town with only the clothes on my back. Messy divorce or something? Are you on the run? I want to ask it. Don't tell me you were on the run for tax fraud? Please give me a little more credit than that. I'm just saying, someone who knows the system would have an easier time using it to their advantage. If I wanted to commit tax fraud, I wouldn't be caught. So you've considered it? I can't believe I have to say this aloud. No, I have not considered committing tax fraud. There, are you happy? Ecstatic. Why do you move here then? It's complicated. I needed a new start, and I didn't have much else. This town just seemed quiet. I'd have to agree with that. My previous job was quite intensive. I lived within the same building as I worked, and rarely had a day off. I didn't really have a life beyond that. When the opportunity presented itself, I took it to leave. Oh, with him. That was him. Was it accountant related? Kind of. Thank you, that's very specific. Emmett suddenly stopped outside a small 2-story high apartment building. There looked to be a sign hanging out front. Finch Advisory. What, are you some kind of workaholic? Yes, but I live above my practice. It's just easier. I can honestly understand why that would be easier. Honestly, I personally would prefer something like that. At the very least, it cuts the commute. Even if it was greatly unnecessary, thank you for seeing me home. You really didn't have to. Seriously, you didn't. I know I didn't. I just wanted to. You're incredibly strange. Thank you. I didn't intend that as a compliment. Well, I'm gonna take it that way. Unsurprising. Thank you for returning my letter. And the walk. Good night, Miss Marigold. He gave you a curt nod, then walked toward the building before stopping in his doorway and suddenly fishing around in his briefcase. Just as you were about to turn around and head back to the store, Emmett cleared his throat, then walked back over to you before shoving something in your hand. A small card. You already gave me your business card, but now I have a spare. Thanks. I wrote my number on that one. Oh. For emergencies only. Yay, we got the digits! Emmett pushed his glasses up before turning around and finally entering the building, leaving you to stand alone in the dark streets. The door closed behind him. Flipping over the card in your hands, you could see both a mobile number and a personal email address scrawled in messy, loose handwriting. Does this mean we're friends now? click sounded through the empty streets as a window was pulled open ever so slightly. No. He heard me? And then it was shut again. Wow, he has good ear. He has good ears. With a smile, you pocketed the card and started on your way back to the store. Yay! The shop floor was quiet when you entered. All the lights had been turned off, and only the faint glow from moon illuminated the store. Florian didn't look to be around. Maybe he was cleaning the storeroom. Or maybe he had finally accepted that he was sick and needed rest. Likely the former. You strode across the store, ready to head up the stairs. Sage, you've returned. Whoa! Jesus, Lucille. Oh, wow, what are you doing hiding in the dark? At least leave the lights on if you're gonna wait for me. Hiding? A knight does not hide. I was merely keeping guard while waiting for you to return. It's late. You should be home. In truth, I did attempt to go home earlier, but the town was too quiet. I feared leaving the store unguarded, so I intended to come back to check on you. Sir Florian informed me that you had gone out and not returned, and I grew concerned. Oh, right. Emmett left something here and I had to hunt him down. Thanks for coming to check on me, Lucille. But really, it's way outside your pay grade to have to guard me after hours. This is nothing about pay, Sage. I need no reward. Only the knowledge that you are safe and well. She's a good friend. Thank you, Lucille. I'm totally fine. In fact, we were talking and I walked Emmett home. I'm not sure how happy he was about the whole thing, but, you know, maybe it's the thought that counts. A noble deed, no matter how small, is never wasted. Yeah, I guess that's true. It was kind of fun too. I would hate to be out at night and run into Lucille looking like this. I would think like a ghost knight was coming to kill me or something. Lucia placed her helmet on her head, and then brushed herself off. Well, if everything is in order, I will take my leave. Do not worry. I will not allow myself to be late tomorrow morning. She bowed low, then started toward the door. Oh, wait, can I walk you home too? Lucille paused for a moment, then turned and walked back over to you, placing her hand on your shoulder. And allow you to see yourself home, alone, after? Nay, I would not. She shook her head. I have a means to protect myself. Should brigands set upon me? You do not. It would not be fitting. Do not worry, I will be well. It is not your duty to escort me to and fro. Something. I need no reward, only the knowledge that you're safe and well. Leave the protection to me, Sage. While I live and breathe, I will never allow a hair on your head to be harmed. Fine. But one day I'm gonna force you to let me look after you. That's a deal. She nodded. You are a stubborn one. Very well. A deal it is. Until next time, then. She gave you another nod before heading out the front door and disappearing into the night. The sound of the bells chiming faded as the door closed, and once again the store was plunged in silence. You waited for a minute or two until you heard the sound of her footsteps growing distant, then locked the front door and started back up the stairs. Your room was much as you left it, cluttered by decades and decades of use. It wasn't quite home yet, but it was a nice change from the dingy apartment you called your own for the last few years. You walked over to the kitchen table and closed your laptop. With all the rush of chasing after Emmett, you had forgotten you still had cleaning up to do. With a sigh, you packed up the various papers that still scattered the surface, before placing your laptop back on the desk. Oh, wait a second. Where'd the book go? You quickly started searching around your desk, then under it, but it was nowhere in sight. Hey, book! Where'd you go? I know I didn't imagine you. No response. With a grumble, you began turning the room upside down in search of it. Under your bed, in the wardrobe, in every cupboard and drawer. But no matter how hard you searched, it seemed to be missing. Did someone take it? Did Emmett slip it in his bag when he left? Finally exhausted, you sat down at your desk and found it sitting on the surface, as if it had never gone missing in the first place. Did we just not see it? You're messing with me, aren't you? Still no response. Though what would have been more surprising would have been to get a response, really. Alright then, book. Play difficult, see if I care. You picked it up and flicked through the pages. It was the same as before. Page after page of sigils and writing in a script you couldn't read. One page at a time. You painstakingly searched from high to low for anything you could read. An hour later, you slammed the book down on your desk, frustrated. Nothing. You wanted me to find you, didn't you? Why are you being so difficult now? Is there like a magnifying glass or something that will allow us to read it? Maybe this random pair of glasses? At the moment, a cloud drifting lazily by in the star-filled sky outside, and the moon shone from your window, casting a beam of light onto the desk. The light shone on the open book, and as if a switch had been flipped, the entire book began to glow. The brightness burned your eyes, and you covered them, turning away and squeezing your eyelids shut. After a few moments, the glow faded, and when you looked again, the book was still there, sitting on the desk, but something had changed. Where before you saw plain used leather, now you saw beautifully gilded edges, and intricate embossing. It looked like a piece of art more than a book. But suddenly, it snapped closed, as if caught in a strong breeze. Oh, that's a pretty book. Oh, well, I never. A voice echoed from the book, and slowly it began to float off the table, hovering just a few inches in the air. The book's alive? First you ignore me for an entire day? An entire day! As though I were some common dime a dozen grimoire. And now you have the gall to paw through my pages with all the delicacy of an ogre cracking walnuts? Appalling. Simply appalling. It let out a long, suffering sigh. I was created by the finest scribes, imbued with the wisdom of archmages long since reduced to dust. And this is how I'm treated. Handled like some sword cookbook filled with peasant recipes for root stew and boiled turnips. If a book could glare, you were sure the book was glaring at you at the moment. I didn't mean to offend you. Well, have you anything to say for yourself, you crude tome-mangling barbarian? You're a book. A book? A book! Why, you wretched foul-mannered! Whoa. No need to get so worked up. God, what am I saying to a book? How are you talking? I am far from a book. I am an archive of the ages, a collection of arcane lore, a repository of incantations. So a book. Oh, the sheer depths of your ignorance astound me. One would think even a mind as tragically mundane as yours could grasp such rudimentary concepts. And you must be the so-called wizard, or witch, or whatever toddy moniker you humans are calling yourselves these days, yes? No, I'm just... And now you drool upon my pages and mutter incantations with all the grace of a toad gargling mud. What a joy. I suppose there is a positive side to this. Soon you will likely turn yourself into a particularly stupid-looking beetle, and I will no longer have to deal with your ignorance. Though truth be told, I doubt anyone would notice the difference. Wow, that's rude! What is going on here? What is going on here is that you are an imbecile and inconsiderate lout. I have been here patiently awaiting a proper spellcaster for years, only to find myself stuck with some dim-witted oaf who doesn't have the common sense not to handle my pages with their sweaty, sticky hands. Who? What? How are you? So the peasant finally decides to address me as something other than a measly book. Congratulations, truly, on the progress. I am Barnabas the Magnificent, Eternal Chronicle of Magic Most High, and patron saint of arcane perfection, linguistic superiority, and the grossly underappreciated art of proper book handling. Something you sorely lack. You're a talking spellbook. This is so weird. What is happening? Oh, certainly. If you wish to diminish my grandeur to the mere status of a talking book, then by all means, wallow in your simplistic understanding of the arcane. How someone like you is fit to be my master, I will never understand. The fates must truly despise me. I'm your master? That is how it works. I, the glorious and sublime Barnabas, was created by a powerful magician to assist her in the mastery of her craft. However, when she died, she bound me to her bloodline. Long have I been passed down from generation to generation, waiting to find a master worthy of my knowledge, and somehow, despite all odds, I've ended up in the possession of a clueless dunderhead. I wonder if that's what our mother and aunts argued about, like, their heritage as, like, a witch. Like, our mom wanted to live a normal life, and our aunts wanted to embrace, you know, her heritage of witchiness. And I guess maybe that's what they were at odds with. I think you're getting confused. I'm not a witch or a wizard or whatever crazy fantasy you've got in that head pages of yours. Preposterous! Only a magic practitioner could open my pages. Even if that magic practitioner is the least adept one ever to have lived. I think that's probably us. You know what? I think I'm gonna put you away in the drawer. Put me away? As though I were some mere object. The audacity. Well, be my guest. At that you stood, walked across the room, and threw open the top drawer of your dresser. You stuffed him in there with your underwear and slammed it shut. How dare you! This is an affront to the very notion of my being. I say, let me out. Let me out immediately. You're a really cool book, aren't you? Just teleport out. Teleport? I am not a mere parlor trick. I am an object of arcane beauty. A masterpiece of craftsmanship. And... yeah. You're a really cool talking book. Fine, have it your way. While you languish in your mundaneness, never to know the truth of your potential, I will begin reciting the first 5,000 volumes of the Great Encyclopedia Arcana. I'm not getting sleep tonight, am I? Barnabas began loudly, obnoxiously reciting the contents of a series of books you never heard of, despite your attempt to cover your ears. Well, maybe it's interesting, like... Actually, maybe I'd want to listen to some of this. I don't know anything about the arcane. So maybe this will be... actually to my advantage? For me to listen into their ramblings? Finally, unable to take it any longer, you ripped open the drawer, pulled the book out, and placed it back on your desk. Instantly, Barnabas stopped. Alright, enough already. Look, I'm sorry, okay? You're a book. A talking book. It's a little overwhelming. A little overwhelming. Try having someone lick their fingers before flicking through your pages. Okay, yeah, I don't approve of that being done. Honestly, I don't know, it feels wrong. I've never done this, but I know people do. Like my parents do, but it just feels wrong. My bad. The book sighed. Yes, it is very much your bad. Now listen here. Whether you and I like it or not, we are stuck together. I am yours, and you are my master. Barnabas floated up in the air. It is now your duty to continue the line of Marigold spellcasters, and use the powers I have to offer you to become the most powerful being in town has ever seen. And if I don't wanna? I'm not sure if I even want to become some magical overlord. And why not? I was created by a mighty sorceress, and now she is dead. It is your destiny to continue her legacy. Look, I run an antique store. That's kind of what takes up all my time at the moment. Unless you have some spell in there that'll make me super successful and rich. Right, I keep the Gimme Vast Fortune spell right next to the one for turning people into beetles. You're really sarcastic for a book, you know? I have to be, considering my current circumstances. And if you're my new master, I'm afraid the sarcasm is likely here to stay. Goody. Oh God, what is happening to my life right now? I'll have you know I was flipping burgers for a week ago. A burger flipper? Ugh. No wonder you handle me so roughly. I have spent years and years in the care of some of the most talented wizards and witches in history. I am handed over to a grease-stained fry cook. It's a shame. It's not like I chose you. That makes two of us. It's not like I chose you either. Look, Barnabas, we're not getting anywhere here. Why don't you tell me a little bit more about yourself? If we can get to know each other, maybe we can get along better? Oh, so now you wish to know about me. Excellent social grace, Master. The book cleared its throat. As I told you before, I am the great and magnificent Barnabas, codex to the once magnificent Marigold line. Why did my aunt never tell me about any of this? How should I know? She was always a rather distant woman. Left me to grow dusty on the shelves. A true crime. And you've always been a book? Of course. I am the sum of all magic ever recorded by the Marigold family. Every spell, every enchantment, every bit of knowledge is all kept right here. A dim-witted oaf like you has no hope of handling all that magic. So I am limited in the knowledge I can give you. If you wish to learn every spell in my repertoire, then you will need to prove to me through practice and training that you are a worthy participant. Okay, so we're going to be learning spells in addition to running the shop. We have a busy day. I don't know how much time I'll have for training in between keeping the store afloat and dealing with the local problems. It's no fault of mine. Perhaps you should have been born with an aptitude to become a magician instead of a menial. It's not like I could choose what I want to be. Come here. What, and allow you to manhandle me again? Absolutely not. Come on, Barnabas. How am I supposed to practice if I'm not allowed to look at you? Fine. But do not dog-ear my pages, else I'll have to make good on my promises to turn you into a beetle. With a huff, Barnabas floated toward you, hovering in the air, and lifted a hand and carefully took the cover before flipping through its pages. While many of the pages were still written in a way you could understand, some pages at the front seemed suddenly legible. Do not think you have gained my trust by any means. If I had hands, they would be on my hips, and I would be giving you the sternest of looks. I am allowing you to peruse my pages only because there is a small chance that somewhere within that pea-sized brain there is a shred of talent. This book is rude. Yeah, you don't trust me. I get it. How do I start? Firstly, as you have no experience in the arts whatsoever, I suppose it would be best if you pick one spell to practice. No, actually, I should. Because let's be frank, your judgment is clearly poor and unreliable. It's not that bad, but it's not great. Against my better judgments, I shall alter the contents of my pages to provide a use in your mundane life, as much as it pains me. Barnabas flipped his pages. Then, seemingly out of its own accord, started glowing with bright golden lights. With this, I have modified the spell Revelatio Obscura. Now, upon successfully casting such a spell, your eyes will have an easier time spotting things that are hidden. If the spell fails, it is because you are in fact a worthless and talentless excuse for a human, and has nothing to do with my modifications. So it helps me find things? I can think of a few times that would be useful. Maybe it'll help me find that vase. You know, the vase I probably shouldn't be trying to find. Yes, Will, if that is all, please put me away somewhere. Preferably not near where you keep your filthy undergarments. Wait, you have to teach me how to cast the spell first. Must I? Isn't that your whole point of existence? My point is to hold information, not hold your hand. Figure it out yourself. Fine. But if I accidentally set the store on fire, it's on you. You pulled out a chair on your desk and sat down, then reached out and grabbed Barnabas. Please don't let my pages be burnt. It would be terribly inconvenient. I'll try, but no promises. Ignoring him, you started studying the page. It detailed how to cast a spell with various diagrams, drawings, and words. As you read, the letters and images seemed to float off the page and into your mind, until finally, everything sunk in. You pulled out a notebook and began scribbling sigils left and right and center. If this was what magic was like, it was going to be a lot easier than you thought. Once satisfied, you put Barnabas back down on the table and pushed a chair back. Time for a little field testing. Is this gonna be okay? I feel like I'm a little worried. You placed a notebook down on the ground in front of you, stuck out your hands, and... Revelatio Obscura. Nothing happened. Revelatio Obscura. Nothing. With a groan, you tried one more time, waving your arms about wildly. Revelatio Obscura! Utterly hopeless. Shut up, I have this! You are far from having this. Your pronunciation is that of an illiterate stable boy. Try again, slowly this time, if you please. You took a deep breath, feeling the way your lungs filled with air, and focused on the spell. Revelatio Obscura. A lamp in the corner of the room began to flicker on and off, and the hanging plants near the window swayed gently despite no wind that night. Congratulations, Master. You are truly a master of the craft. The world shall tremble before your might. Hey, it worked! Look at that, I did it! Yes, congratulations on making a lamp flicker. That does mean it worked, right? Yes. This store sits on a magical ley line. There are often side effects to spells cast here. What spell can I learn next? What spell? The fledgling asks. As if the entire process were so easy. Please continue to amuse me. What? I cast it, right? You must practice. Even simple spells are fiendishly difficult, and I will not stand idly by while you butcher them with your lack of skill. When you have more experience, perhaps I will teach you another. Perhaps. Okay, geez. I'll keep practicing whenever I need to find something then, alright? It would be the smartest thing you've done since I met you. For now, though, I feel suddenly wiped. Yes, well, casting a spell will drain your magical reserves. And until you are more proficient. Even the simplest of spells will require significant focus. Well, I'm too tired for this. I'm going to bed. What should I do with you? I am perfectly capable of looking after myself. Are you capable of yapping less while I try to sleep? Or do you need to go back to the drawer? Do not even suggest such a thing. Good night, Barney. Barnabas. Barnabas, not Barney. Close enough. You slipped into bed and shut your eyes. Waves and waves of tiredness rushing over you. As you drifted off, the last thing you heard was the sound of a disgruntled book complaining. Yay, we learned magic! I was thinking this would be useful in the attic. You'd hope to awaken to a gentle chirping of birds, or the sound of the breeze rustling leaves in the world outside your window. Instead, you woke to the sound of a very grumpy, pompous book, opening then shutting its cover, repeatedly, as loudly as possible. Is this my new alarm clock? I hate it. Can I return it? Good morning, Master. Oh, I apologize. Did I wake you? It's probably about time for me to get up anyway. Good, it would be a tragedy to waste your morning on slumber. Up, up! Let's get a move on. With a grumble, you pushed the covers aside and swung your legs out from out of your bed. You made your way over to the dresser, picked up a change of clothes, then turned back to look at Barnabas, who was sitting on your desk right across the room. Do you mind I'm changing? It's not as if I have eyes, Master. I see the world differently from a base creature like you. Cool, but I'd rather you not see me getting changed in any way. If it pleases you, Master, I will turn around. Does that satisfy? You quickly changed, then grabbed a piece of fruits, noting that your food stock really is near empty. I'll have to find a grocery later. Now, as much as I do enjoy your presence, Barney, I've got work to do. Did you want to come with, or...? No, thank you. The thought of being paraded around in front of the general populace, subject to the gazes of those who cannot appreciate my glory, fills me with despair. I will be staying right here, thank you. I'll, turn on the TV for you, just in case you get bored. Your consideration is touching, Master, truly. See ya! We'll turn it on to the boringest channel there is, I'll turn it on to the sports channel. Hopefully this book doesn't like sports. With that, you made your way down the stairs and stepped into the store proper. You were halfway down the stairs when you heard voices talking back and forth. This was beginning to feel like a normal thing around the store, but you didn't recognize one of the two voices. Oh, hey, it's this guy! He was the one I thought was cute when I saw the opening animation teaser. I'm afraid that's not possible. Sage requires their due rest, and besides, it is my duty to protect them. Lucille, come on, it's not that big of a deal. I just want to see her with a little bedhead. I will not budge on the matter. Sleep is more important than your senseless whims. Is there a party I didn't get invited to going on? This seems to happen a lot. You'll make a person feel left out if you're not careful. You winked toward Lucille, who instantly straightened up. Then turned your eyes toward the other person. Your eyes met another's, a man with red hair you didn't recognize. He smiled up at you lopsidedly before brushing a lock of hair behind his ear. Well, if it isn't the most mesmerizing face I've seen all week. You must be the infamous new owner of the store. You can call me the handsome, or Eden will do. Oh, you can call me handsome, or Eden will do. I'm trying to think, should I play along? He's cute, but he's a little Playboy vibe-ish. Just to see how he responds. Well, hello, handsome. It's nice to meet you. I'm Sage, right? I heard a lot about you, but it looks like the rumors are selling you short. Rumors? Will color me curious. Eden took a few steps up the staircase, his gloved hand trailing over the railing as he approached you. When he got close enough, he leaned in toward you and whispered. He wasn't quite touching you, but it was close enough that it felt like an intimate gesture. Funny story. I heard that the new owner already had a fan club because of their overwhelming beauty and charisma, from what I've seen. I'd have to agree. Eden pulled back and smiled. We have a fan club? Really? Well, the rumors say a lot more than that, but let's leave some of the secrets a mystery for now, shall we? You have to be a little mysterious to be interesting, after all. At that, Eden turned around and walked back the stairs, the sound of wood creaking with every step. Lucille is not happy about this. She's like, stay away from her. If there is something you need, Sir Eden, I suggest you speak now. Why rush our first meeting? We'll be telling everyone about it at our wedding. He winked up at you, then turned his attention to Lucille. Really, you don't need to be so defensive. I don't bite. Unless you ask me nicely. Look at this guy. I have no interest in anything of the sort from you. If you have no business here, please take your leave. We are running an establishment here. Lucille moved her hand toward the hilt of her sword, but didn't draw it. Eden raised his hands and backed up a step. Alright. I'm going to note down for next time. Lucille isn't a fan of jokes. My deepest apologies, my lady knights. Eden gave a half bow to Lucille, while she just shifted to stand a little straighter. I just wanted to introduce myself to our lovely new shopkeeper. Believe it or not, I'm actually Willow Mist's most famous carpenter. I believe you are Willow Mist's only carpenter. Ouch. That may be true, but the point stands. A carpenter? He looks more like a model. I was expecting someone who looks more like Quinn. I happen to be acquainted with your aunts. We work together on occasion, so I'd like to extend the same offer to you. I don't think we need a carpenter, though, here, do we? If I remember correctly, Sir Eden, Lady Sylvie would also refer to you as a flirt and a liar. What can I say? There's so much beauty in the world. Should I not celebrate it? Also, at the beginning, wasn't there something about, someone said something about that, like, the carpenter is sketchy or something? Or the carpenter is weird? I swear someone mentioned something about the carpenter that I was like, maybe I should be wary of this guy. Lady Sylvie would say that you are incapable of taking anything seriously. That I can accept. You're such an honest person, Lucille. It almost makes me jealous. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. I'd love the chance to get to know you properly, Sage. How about dinner and drinks on me tomorrow night? Tomorrow night? Well, maybe. Maybe I'll be able to shift around my incredibly full schedule, if you ask nicely. Oh, is that how it's gonna be? Well then, pretty please, may I treat you to a night of fine dining and wine? If you're paying, then sure. That was actually pretty good. I'm impressed. I'm an actor at heart. Then I shall accompany you as a bodyguard. I don't think that's actually... You know what? Why don't we just invite everyone? It could be like a housewarming party. Here I thought I managed to snag a date. Oh, what a shame. Still, that sounds like fun. I'll leave it to you to invite whoever you like. You seem like you have good taste. So basically we'll just invite everyone we met so far. The bell by the door chimed as the door to the store opened, and the familiar face of Emmett poked his head through. Maybe this is how we're gonna get Emmett to, like, make a move. If we wanna, like, pursue him. If we make him jealous, maybe he'll actually make a move. He'll actually try to, like, get to know us. Or be, do something. Maybe this will awaken feelings in him. Good morning. I'm here for... He paused as his eyes locked with Eden's. Or... maybe not? Hey. Well, either way, he really hates Eden, doesn't he? Oh. He then turned and walked straight back out the door. Emmett? How cute, he's being all shy. I'll go get him. Don't you worry your pretty little head. Eden strode past you, then exited the store. A few moments later, they both came back in, with Eden's arm around Emmett's shoulder. Where are you off to so quickly, my friend? Don't tell me you're trying to avoid me. I'd prefer it, yes. Everyone's so honest this morning. How refreshing. So what brings you here today, Emmett? My job, which you're currently preventing me from doing. There's always more time for work later. There's not always friends later. That would be true, yes, but you're all acquaintances the most. Hey, you're mean to think stuff like that. Not say it to our faces. You're such a stick in the mud. And you're a thorn in my side. Unhand me. You'll run away. I might just have to hold on to you tighter. He is so uncomfortable. I might, yes. And please don't. You two are friends then? It's like, no. We absolutely are. We absolutely are not. It's more like I happen to bump into him no matter where I go, and he takes it upon himself to bother me non-stop. You're too stubborn for your own good. One day I'll get you to agree we're best friends. Hell will freeze over before that day comes. So cold. And I thought we had such a beautiful relationship. You're breaking my heart over here, Emmett. Emmett, the famous heartbreaker. I like the sound of that. Don't encourage him. He'll never stop. Please encourage me more. I'm like a puppy. I thrive on attention. Yes, exactly like a puppy. Desperately in need of discipline. Since you're here, Emmett, I was wondering if you'd like to come to dinner with us tomorrow night. No, thank you. Scared that Eden will bite? He's going? Yeah, so far it's me, Eden, and Lucille. I'd like to ask Florian and Winnie too. I'd really like you to come along, if that makes a difference. Fine. I will make a spot in my otherwise packed schedule. I hope you appreciate the efforts. What a gentleman, Emmett. How very unlike you to change your mind. Maybe you have a soft spot for Sage, huh? I have nothing of the sorts. I am merely agreeing so that someone responsible can be on hand to keep things under control. He's probably gonna get drunk at the party. Someone's gonna slip him a sip of alcohol and we're gonna see other Emmets. I like this plan. Emmett shrugged out of Eden's grasp, then brushed himself off. Now, if that is all, I need to speak with Sage. In private? Well, when you put it like that, I can't help but wonder about your relationship. Do tell me what happens. Nothing is going to happen. It is a simple discussion, and nothing more. Is that a blush I see on your cheeks? Maybe you're the one who needs glasses here. Stop making things up. Allow me to escort you out, Sir Eden, so that Sir Emmett and Sage may talk in peace for the moment. What a noble way of throwing me out. Well, it was nice meeting you, Sage. I hope to see you around town, Definitely. It's been a pleasure. I'll let you know more about my services later. But drinks first. I'm a very hands-on worker. I'd like to know my business partners before we work together. Ugh. Sounds great. See you tomorrow, Eden. Lucille put a hand on Eden's back and saw him to the door, where he finally exited the store, a bell tinkling as he did. Pardon the intrusion. As I said, we need to talk. Sure thing. What's up? Did you miss me so bad you had to come to see me first thing? Don't be absurd. Did you give my business card to anyone? No, of course not. Why would I? I'm keeping your number all to myself, thank you. Damn it. If you're not responsible, then that's even more concerning. How did they find me and get a hold of my number? Who? What's going on? It's... the auditors you're running from? My previous employer. Close. What would they want? Wait. Did you do accounting for a criminal organization or something? I worry about the fantasies that are going on in that head of yours. Forget it. I'll deal with it myself. You're kind of making me worry here. You're clients. There's no need to worry about me. No, but we're also acquaintances now. No, we're close acquaintances now. I think that means I'm legally allowed to worry about you. I'm no solicitor, but I'm certain that's not how this works. So you're trying to argue that me worrying about you is legal? But no, stop talking such nonsense. I can't believe you call me nonsensical, Mr. Accountant, for crime syndicates. That's not... Ugh, forget it. You're impossible. Emmett pinched the bridge of his nose and closed his eyes, almost like he was in pain. It's nothing like that. Nothing illegal, at the very least. Let's just say I terminated my contract early and they aren't happy about it. Well, they can't force you to go back, can they? I'd like to say no, but they're so obsessed with their rules and regulations that they might have some obscure way to try to make me work for them again. And that would be a bad thing, right? I left for a reason. Ugh, what a terrible start to an otherwise good morning. At least you got to see me. As I said. Thank you for your concern, Sage. It's not necessary, but, well, thank you anyway. What you guys whispering about? Is it secrets? Ooh, I love secrets. Come on, tell me. I won't tell anyone, I swear. Oh, Winnie. Good morning. Have you and Emmett met before? Does watching him from the corner of the room count? I don't think so. Then nope. My name's Winnie. Nice to meet ya. So what's happening? None of your business, Miss Winona. None of your business, Miss Winona. Just Winnie's fine. Fine. Miss Just Winnie. No, I mean I'm just Winnie. As I said, Miss Just Winnie. Fine, I'll be Miss Just Winnie for you. But you have to be Mr. Tall and Serious. Mr. Finch will suffice. Mr. always looks like he's got to stick up his butt. I feel like that one might be a little bit too long. Thank you for noticing. It takes a lot of effort to maintain. I like you. You're funny. Funny isn't the word I'd use, but if you'd prefer it, then be my guest. Now if that's all, I have other things to attend to. Hey, Emmett. Yes? This all could have been a text, you know? And? I'm just saying. I feel like you stopped by just to see me. We have a point. You would be incorrect. As I gave you my number, but you never gave me yours. Oh yeah. Good day, Miss Marigold. Miss Just Winnie. Wait! I need to give you my number now. At that, Emmett turned on his heel and walked out the door, the bell jingling as he did. Winnie turned and waved her hand, watching as he left. So what's this about? A romantic tryst? A secret rendezvous? The beginnings of forbidden love? Be nice if it was. But no, it isn't. Do you read a lot of romance novels or something, Winnie? Well, it does get boring around here sometimes. He just doesn't realize it yet. Maybe it was a secret rendezvous, but Emmett just hasn't realized it yet. I knew it! Oh, Emmett and Sage sitting in a tree. When's the wedding? I could text him now and spring it on him. Do it! He might kill me, or worse, block my number on the spot. Anyway, no, it really wasn't anything like that. Just boring work stuff. Oh, by the way, Winnie, I wanted to ask you something. Would you like to go to dinner with me tomorrow? Dinner with you? Are you inviting me on a date? Sure. A date with me, Emmett, Lucille, Eden, and hopefully Florian. We're all gonna be one big happy family. Okay, so this is not a one-on-one thing. Boo. Do you want it to be one? Well, of course. I want to get to know you better. We live in the same house. We can get to know each other better. Well, a bigger group doesn't have to stop that, does it? Plus, we can always hang out here. I want to get to know you better too, Winnie. Yeah, that sounds fun. Winnie shifted and fiddled with her hands. Can I think about it and let you know later? Sure. It's not until tomorrow anyway, so there's no rush. If you don't want to, you don't have to either. Oh, no, I super want to. I'll let you know. Alright. I better get ready to open up anyway. Okie dokie. See you later, alligator. Winnie gave a small wave, then floated up and through the ceiling. I don't think I'll ever get used to that. Alright, I want to try the new spell out. And I also want to see if I can see Emmett again. So I'll choose the bills. I don't want to pay the bills, but I'll choose them. You moved aside cardboard boxes filled with old newspapers, and a cloud of dust puffed out, making you cough. She really has a lot of stuff. Luckily, stuff is exactly what I need right now. You peeled open the box hidden underneath the old newspaper, carefully cutting away the tape that kept it shut. Peering inside, you saw what looked like a collection of photo frames. Digging through, most seemed to be empty, though a few were still filled with old faded photographs. Your eyes caught on one, and you lifted it out. Inside the frame was a photo of two children, likely no older than 10. Both had bright orange hair, one wild and curly, and the other cut into a bob. They wrapped their arms around each other and smiled brightly at the camera. Oh, that's probably our mom and our aunts. Yeah. Yay, family photos! The two used to be so close. You had the photo up, staring at your aunt's youthful, carefree smile. She'd always been like that, smiling, laughing. The kind of person who could light up the entire room. Your mom, too. She had a slightly more tame smile on her face, but a wide one nonetheless. She looked so young, so happy. What changed? These days, she seemed so tired. She was the best mom you could have asked for. But you just wanted to see her smile. Really smile. Like she was in this photo. You stared a little longer, then carefully set aside a frame. It wouldn't do for it to stay here, hidden away, collecting dust. It belonged on display, not in a box. As he moved aside to photograph, a piece of paper slipped out from the back of the frame. It was nothing more than a scrap of paper, with crumpled edges and a few stains, and writing so faded it was barely legible. It read, "No matter which of us is chosen, I'll still love you, I promise." In a childish scrawl, but written with such determination. Ah. I knew I had a feeling it had to do something with like the distance has something to do with them being witches. So I guess the book chose her, the aunt instead of her mom, and that kind of started making them distancing them from each other. It created a gap in their relationship. You wondered who wrote this. Maybe it was your aunts. Maybe it was your mom. Carefully, you tucked the note back into the frame and put it aside. Ooh! Yay, level up! With that, you turned back to the room and continued your sorting. I want to use a spell. You began searching through your aunt's collection. Oh, that's pretty. You're leaning against the counter, eating the last of your food supplies when Florian comes in through the front door, nearly dragging his bag behind him. You thought it would be impossible, but somehow he looks even more tired than usual. Hi, Florian. Long nights? He pulled off his usual disguise. Good morning. Night, afternoon, fuck, whatever it is. A brilliant start to your shift. Can I get you a coffee or something? Yes. Wait, no. Ugh. Florian? Maybe he needs blood? I think he needs blood. Because he's like a vampire or something, right? I remember there was like a blood bag our aunt kept in like a first aid kit. And it said it had like it was like something like backup supply for F. Which I assume means Florian. Is that what he needs right now? Because he is not okay. He's not been okay for the past few days, and he's not getting better. Seriously, are you okay? Fine. God, you're so nosy. It's just been a long few days. Florian dragged his bag over to the counter and sat down with a sigh. I can tell. You're looking worse every day. Gee, thanks. Florian's voice was a flat monotone, as if all the energy had been sucked out of him. You could always take a few days off. I'm sure we can manage. I'll have to take a double shift on sweeping, but hey, I could use the arm workout. I do more than sweeping, you know. Also, I don't want to. I'm not sick, It's fine, stop worrying about me. And worry about something more productive. Give me an example, then. I'll consider it. Running the store? I think I kinda got it down by now. Something else? Fuck, I don't know, all the supernatural stuff you're struggling with. Yeah, actually about that. What? I think I might be a witch, or a wizard, or something along those lines. God, what changed overnight? To make a long story short, a magic book with the worst personality ever pretty much hit me in the face with a revelation. I'm fine. You know what? Sure, magic book's great. Really? That's all? What do you want me to say? You're a witch? Hooray, let's celebrate? I mean, we could. I kinda thought you'd have a bit more to say than that. Do you know if my aunt was like this? There was certainly something wrong with her. Hey. I don't mean looks. She's eccentric. And she lives here. There was always going to be something up with her. So you didn't know she was a witch? Nope. She tends to keep these things to herself. It's kind of her thing. And you're fine with that? Look, she pays me. I don't care if she's a witch or an alien or whatever else. Just as long as my bills get paid. Yeah. Understand, I get you. He has his priorities. I'm sure you have sick leave, you know? You ought to use it. I'm not sick. Leave it. Alright, I'll drop it. Florian let out a breath. Sorry, I've just had a shit few days. If you're a witch or whatever, maybe you have some spell to give me my energy back. He laughed weakly and rested his head on the counter. I'd give anything to sleep right now. You can use my bed if you like. I can't think of anything weirder than sleeping in Sylvie's room. I think the bed smells more like me than her, if that helps. It does not. It's not for a lack of trying, anyway. Thanks for the offer, though. Yes, I want to pat him on the head. You reach down and give him a pat on the head. His hair was actually very soft. Yes! This feels so fulfilling for some reason. What are you doing? Sorry, really, it's kind of a force of habit. You remind me of my mom's dog. Your mom's dog? Yeah, when she's grumpy, she puts her head down like that too. My bad. Hey, if it makes you feel any better, you're much softer than her. Whatever, I have work to do. This feels like a victory. He practically flew away from the counter, cheeks turning bright red. Sorry, Florian! With that, you finished up your lunch break and got back to work. You sat down at your desk, ready to go over the week's bills. Unfortunately, you don't have enough to cover your bills. Oops. Okay, yeah, I need to earn more. What happens if I can't pay my bills? It was a little past 5 p.m. when you flipped over the sign to the door to close, and let out a drowsy sigh. What a day. You say that every day, you know. Like a broken record. Well, every day is exhausting. In a good way, though. How can anything be exhausting in a good way? Haven't you ever finished something and been tired but really proud of your work? Nope. I usually finish shit, then wish I never started it in the first place. You're kind of a pessimist. The world isn't sunshine. The world isn't sunshine and rainbows. That's true. But, well, bad things will always happen. But life goes on. Isn't that kind of cool? Not really. Maybe if you didn't frown so much, you'd be more positive. I don't think it works that way. Give it a try, see? Just copy my face. It's really easy. Just relax your muscles and... Nope, still frowning, I see. It's not a frown, it's just my face. And that's unfortunate for you. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing at all. Nosy must run in your family or something. Nosy, annoying, and a complete pain in the ass. You forgot gorgeous, charming, and funny. No, trust me, I didn't. Hugrin and Florian looked away. Turning around the store, it looked as it always did. A mess of knickknacks and clutter, but a clean one. Florian did a good job, even if he always tries to deny it. Hey, Florian. I was wondering something. You're always wondering something, or other. You never stop asking questions. It's good to have an inquisitive brain, you know? It keeps me young, or something like that, anyway. Is it? It seems like a lot of effort, especially when you could just keep your mouth shut and think to yourself instead. Anyway, as I was saying, I knew that you grew up in town, but not much else. You haven't always worked here, right? What did you do before? Is it important? It's important to me. That depends how important you think getting to know each other is. Not important, then. I think you default to being mean when you feel shy. Look, I used to be in college, but that didn't work out and I dropped out. There's a college here? That's surprising. I didn't know the population of Willowmist could support it. No. It was in the city. Did you say you always lived here? I was only gone a few months. It hardly counts. Well, why did you drop out? Got bored of your major? Why is this so important to you? You've got a magic book upstairs, right? Why did you go bug it instead? I feel like something happened. Some kind of, like, incidents. I don't know if Barnabas would like that. He has a name? Yeah, I didn't pick it. He came pre-named. Though, to be fair, Barnabas is kind of a rockin' name. You're changing the subject. Barnabas has nothing to do with this. I'm interested in you. Health complications, alright? I couldn't stay. But I also couldn't come back when... Look, fine. If you're so desperate to know, I'll tell you, but can we sit down? My head is killing me. Of course. We can use my room upstairs, if that's alright with you. I love his little blush, it's so cute. Florian looked to the side, a dusting of red appearing on his cheeks. Who's trying to get who into bed? I never mentioned bed, did I? I never mentioned anything about my bed. You're the one thinking about that. I never. No need to deny it. You literally just brought it up. Look, you're cute. But I think that's jumping ahead a bit, don't you think? I'm not... You don't... Ugh. With that, Florian turned around and stomped upstairs, huffing the entire way up. He's so fun to play with. Welcome to my humble abode, Sir Florian. God, shut up, you sound like Lucille. Is that a bad thing? I know you two are pretty different, but I hope that's not a problem. One Lucille is enough, that's all. It's not like I hate her, she's just... a lot. Alright, I'll keep the chivalry to a minimum, my fair liege. You flop down on your couch, sinking into the cushions. Florian followed, though much more cautiously, perching himself on the opposite end. He looked around the room, his gaze lingering on a photo frame. It had been there when you arrived. A picture of a much younger Aunt Sylvie, holding a baby. It must have been you. This place is weirdly empty. You think? It's packed with all kinds of stuff in here. Sometimes I wonder where my aunt got it all. I think he means like personal items. No, I mean... Sylvie has a big personality. She kind of filled any space she was in. I'm trying my best over here. I guess it's alright with you here too. Hey, I'll take second best to her. She's amazing. Anyway, what were we talking about? You dropping out of college? Right. Florian blinked a few times, as if his eyes were trying to stay open. Are you feeling okay? Stop asking me that, I'm fine. He gently rubbed his temples, then shook his head. Just a headache. It's no deal. No big deal. Anyway, college. I just had some health shits and I left, but... Look, I won't sugarcoat it, and I'm not asking for your pity. My dad ran off after my little sister was born, and my mom struggled to raise both of us. I quit high school to have a couple part-time jobs to help her. Oh, Florian. I'm sorry. You do what you have to do to survive, it's okay. But my mom, she secretly saved up to send me to college. For years without telling me. Then she just sent me off. She wanted the best for you. Yeah, but why should the best not include them? But fine, whatever. I went. And I couldn't face them when I dropped out. They think I'm still in the city, living my life, getting my degree. And I can't bring myself to tell them otherwise. So, wait. They live in Willowmist, but have no clue you're here too? Florian, why? They would probably love to see you. I can't. I can't face them. She gave up everything for me. And I just let her down completely. What am I meant to say? Hey, Mom, turns out I'm a fuck-up who can't even make it through a semester of college? Surprise? She'd be happy just seeing you and knowing you're safe. And that's what parents do. Especially if it's health-related. I can't. Not like this. Baby. Florian's head sank down into his hands. His shoulders trembling. I'm not who I was when I left. I can't. I'm not her perfect little son anymore. We're gonna give him a hug. He needs a hug. I wanna hug him. There is no resisting. Without thinking, you leaned forward and pulled Florian into a hug. He stiffened, his breath catching, and his hands hovered over your back. What are you... I'm sorry, Florian. Really. Slowly, though. His arms wrapped around you, and he squeezed you tight. It's not like it's your fault. There's no reason to be sorry. I just want to go home and feel like things are normal again. Can't you? I truly honestly believe that your mom would just be happy to see you. It's not just that. I don't deserve it anymore. I can't trust myself around her, or my sister. So someone in his college turned him into a vampire, I guess? I mean, he did say that he's not the same person, so, I mean, that could mean... I feel like, yeah, it could mean, like... I guess, metaphorically, but I have a feeling it also means this. I'm just waiting for him to say it. Oh, trust yourself? Even you should keep your distance. God, you're so fucking naive. I'll just mess things up for you too. Everything I touch just falls apart. I don't think that's true. I'm right here, and I haven't fallen apart yet. The store hasn't fallen down around us. You're not destroying anything. Yet. I didn't want to share any of this shit, you know? It's embarrassing. It's good to have someone to share this stuff with. You need to tell people. Someone. There's no shame in feeling emotions. Isn't that just proof we're human? I know that's difficult for you. And I can't just magically make it better. But if you need someone to talk to, or anything else, you can rely on me. You're too nice, you know. You're gonna end up being taken advantage of. By who? You? I don't think you have the energy to take advantage of anyone, even if you wanted to. Thanks, I guess. Florian pulled back and wiped his eyes with his sleeve. Seriously though, don't say anything to anyone about this. It's our secrets. I'm pretty good at keeping secrets, you know? Hardly. You've known me for less than 24 hours and you already broadcast my existence to the entirety of this quaint little establishment. At this rate, I expect you'll be handing out pamphlets by week's end. Truly, your discretion is legendary. I told you I have a magic talking book. Do you want it? You can keep it. And there he is, my favorite talking book in the whole world. Not a lot of competition there. But don't let that hurt your feelings. When to be fair, I haven't told anyone yet, only Florian. Oh, Florian. Meet Barnabas. Barnabas Florian. It literally talks. Did you think I was making it up? No, but I didn't expect... I think he thought we were making it up. He thought we were talking bullshit, I think. My reputation precedes me as always. Hello, Florian. It is a pleasure to meet a friend of my esteemed master. Or some drivel. Barnabas isn't very nice, if you haven't noticed. No shit. You will have to excuse me, as I was rudely interrupted in the middle of my rest. Your rest? What does a book have to be so tired about anyway? Plenty of things. You impudent creature. The effort it takes to communicate with my new master, for example, is truly a Herculean task. At that, Barnabas floated across the room and landed on the desk. It just flies. God, I'm too tired for the shit. Now I've embarrassed myself in front of 2 people. Great. Fortunately for you, I have the displeasure of being in service only to my pitiful master. And as such, I have no one to share your shame with. Just ignore him. I'll put him in a drawer if he keeps it up. The audacity! Fine, silence me. But mark my words, you will soon regret it. This must be a lot for you too. Just a little bit. A little bit. Maybe a little more than a little bit. At least for me, a little more than a little bit, yeah. Just a little bit. I like to think I'm pretty good at running with things, but sometimes... I'll be honest, I don't even really know where to start. But I've got all the time in the world to figure it out anyway. Aren't you going home in 3 months? Maybe, who knows? Maybe I'll stay here. Okay. I've got 3 months to work it out. Thanks, Florian. Sorry, I wasn't trying to make it worse. I'm just kidding. Really, I'm having fun. I'll be fine. I wish I had a drop of your optimism. Change fucking sucks. It does. I personally hate change. It throws me off of everything. And I just... it messes me up. I hate change. Yeah, but sometimes it can be really great too. I've only been here a week, and it feels like I made a whole bunch of new friends. It's really, really great. Yeah, well, you're easy to like. Aww. Am I now? For some people, not me. You don't like me at all? Aww. Yes. Damn, I've already planned our wedding and everything. What? Our 3 kids, Alex, Jasmine, and Michael, a picket white fence, and a dog named Bobo. And you just throw it all away? Throw it away? It doesn't exist. You're delusional. So that's a no to my proposal. No. So it's a yes? No, I mean it's... God, you're frustrating. I love you too. No, that one was genuine, actually. Don't say stuff like that. And seriously, Bobo, what kind of name is that? What do you suggest then? Toaster. Toaster? That's a good name for a dog. No, it's a good name for a toaster. It's not better than Bobo. I disagree. Okay, we're never letting him name anything. We are gonna be the one that names things. I'm not letting you name any living being Toaster. At Florian's more than serious tone, you couldn't help but grin. Fine, Toaster it will be. Hey, that's not... I feel like I've just been scammed into a marriage. Who knows? Maybe this is the start of something. You have. This is all legally binding. God, please tell me you're joking. I am. But I do like you, Florian. As much as you try to be unlikable. I'm not saying we need to be best friends, but I do hope we can get along. Yeah, fine. I wouldn't mind being friends with you. And you're not terrible to work with. We're getting somewhere now. Hey, what's your sister like? I can imagine you as a super doting older brother, now that I think about it. I mean, yeah, I guess I was. She's super bossy and a pain in the butts, but... well, she's my sister. How old is she? 10, probably 11 now, actually. Do you have any photos? Okay, this probably isn't it, but what if the little girl who comes in to buy, like, things for her mom? What if that's his sister? Probably not, but, like, what if? I need to see what color her eyes are next time. If they don't, like, reveal it here now. Because I know she has, like, heterochromia. She has 2 colored eyes. I'll have to see if one of her eyes is, like, purple. Do you have any photos? You scooted a little closer to Florian on the couch. Yeah, I think so. Florian reached into his pockets and took out his phone. Flipping through his photo album, you couldn't help but lean in to see what was on his screen. You could see pictures of a little girl, a woman who must have been his mother, and Florian himself, though a few years younger. It was hard not to notice how much brighter Florian looked. He lacked his signature eye bags, and he had a wide smile on his face. It was the kind of smile you never seen from him. That's her. You two look so similar. You could be twins. Sure, if I wasn't 13 years old. Sure, if I wasn't 13 years older than her. Mom had me young. She's adorable, Florian. Your mom looks really nice too. In response, you pulled out your own phone, scrolling through until you found a picture of you standing next to your mom. Back when you moved into your first apartment, which was also the apartment you just moved out of. This is my mom, a few years ago. Wow, your genes run strong, huh? Yep. My aunt and her look pretty similar, don't you think? This was back when I moved out of my home. I lived in this little apartment right in the middle of the city. Sounds noisy. Yeah, I didn't sleep a lot. You let out a soft sigh, before locking your phone and placing it back on the table. That apartment was so weird. Did you know that the elevator fell like a dozen times? There was an earthquake localized to just a building, and a crane rammed in the first floor, all in a single year? Seriously? Yeah, but not a single person got hurt. I swear to God, someone in that building upset the Grim Reaper or something. It wasn't us, was it? For the first time since you met him, Florian smiled, his hand coming up to his mouth as he tried to muffle a laugh. Maybe you're cursed or something. With everything else going on, that wouldn't surprise me in the least. You've got a nice smile, you know. Florian blinked, and his cheeks slowly turned red. What? I said you have a pretty nice smile. That's all. I don't really mean anything by it. It's just nice to see. You come out with the most random things. You're meant to just think that kind of shit. You're meant to just think that kind of shit, not say it. He leaned back, smacking his head gently a few times on the back of the sofa. Oof. My headache is killing me. I got some painkillers in the bathroom cabinets if you want. I don't. They don't really help, but fuck it, I'll try. You hopped off the couch and headed to the bathroom. Your aunt had left an assortment of pills and medicine in the cupboard, but you didn't have a clue what most of them were for. You scooped up the painkillers then popped back out. Florian was still in the same spot, but his eyes were shut tight, and his chest gently rose and fell with each breath. Don't tell me another imbecile is moving into my quarters. Shh, be quiet, he's sleeping. And these aren't your quarters. I'm just letting you stay here with me because I'm nice. Shh, Barnabas, they say. You're interrupting the poor tired man's beauty sleep, they cry. Well, fine, I'll be silent. If that's what you desire. Carefully, you draped a knitted blanket over Florian's legs, then settled in next to him, watching his sleeping face. He looked peaceful. Much more peaceful than when he was awake. God, you really were exhausted. You ought to take better care of yourself, you know that? Well, you probably hate me for it, but I'll let you rest for a bit, okay? Maybe I'll close my eyes for a bit too. Just a little bit. That'd be okay, right? I'm gonna fall asleep on his shoulder. and he's gonna wake up and he's gonna freak out. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be amazing. Good night, Florian. Vivian, you drifted off to sleep as well. You woke up to the sound of someone shifting beside you, amongst the otherwise gentle hum of night. Lazily, you opened your eyes, expecting to see Florian on his feet, embarrassed about falling asleep beside you. But instead, a shadowed figure hovering above you, leaning toward you? You blinked, trying to wake up your sluggish mind, and finally realized it was Florian. He was close to you. His eyes were half-lidded, his expression distant and unfocused. One hand was down beside you, and the other braced against the couch to the side of your head. A sudden chill ran down your body, despite the warmth still lingering in the air. Florian? No response came from Florian. He remained completely still, staring at you. No, not at you, but at your neck? His head dipped lower. The faintest brush of his nose against your skin sent a jolt through your nerves. And suddenly, the sluggish fog of your mind cleared as his mouth was inches from your neck, his breath hot against your skin. Your eyes went to his face, and then you noticed something. A flash of something pointed and sharp between his parted lips. Fangs. Your body tensed. Your heart hammered in your chest, and his breath hitched like you could hear it. Florian. Look, as long as he's not going to turn me into a vampire by doing this, sure, because, sweetie, you're not okay. Because I don't think it's just sleep. It's not just sleep, that's like messing with him. So I'll be your blood bag this one time, but let's work together to figure something else out and solve this. You need to tell me when things are not okay. No response. It was almost as if he wasn't truly himself. His posture was wrong, like he was acting on instinct alone. And in the dark, with a glint of moonlight reflecting off his eyes, his gaze looked almost empty. You felt the faintest graze of his teeth against your skin, a breath's distance from sinking in now. A shiver ran down your spine, but you managed to keep a lid on the panic threatening to break through. I want him to have someone to depend on. I want that to be me. At the very least in like a friend way, if not romantic. You lifted a hand and reached out, cupping Florian's cheek. The movement caused his eyes to open wider, and his lips paused. Slowly and ever so gently, you brushed your thumb across his cheek, expecting warmth radiating from his skin, but instead finding him as cold as a corpse. Your hand shook slightly, and your breath was ragged and slow. Florian, are you there? At the sound of his name, he blinked a few times, then looked down. When he saw where he was, he recoiled, as if burned, falling off the sofa and landing heavily on the floor. His breathing was erratic, and his hands were shaking, but he couldn't bring himself to look up. Shit. Fuck, I didn't mean to. Florian, it's okay. Calm down. You push yourself off the couch and crouch next to Florian. Don't come near me! Florian, seriously, it's fine. It's all okay. Just take a breath. You try to put a hand on his shoulder, but he backed up. His face twisted into a pained grimace. Don't come near me. Fuck, I can't believe. A fucking idiot, I shouldn't be here around people. Fuck. You didn't hurt me. But I wanted to. I wanted to so badly. But you didn't. You inched forward until you got next to Florian again. He turned his face away from you, but didn't protest. His breath was coming fast and ragged, like he couldn't quite catch it. You're Don't say it. I'm not a vampire. You could see Florian's body trembling, even in the dark. I have to go. Is this what all this sickness has been about? You're hungry? I can't do this, not again. I can't do this to anyone. As quickly as he could manage, Florian pushed himself up and ran for the door. Where do you think you're going? Come back here! Florian! He was fast. Faster than he should have been, especially given how weak and shaky he looked. In moments, you heard the door downstairs slam shut. You jumped to your feet and rushed downstairs, knowing full well that Florian was long gone, but wanting to try anyway. Damn it. Are you looking for Florian? Oh, Winnie. You turn to see her sitting on the counter, the transparent legs hanging over the edge. Yeah, I was hoping he'd still be here, I guess. He ran off really quick. He looked upset about something. It's complicated. But I think I might have hurt his feelings. You don't happen to know where he lives, or his number, do you? No. Florian doesn't really share that kind of stuff. Right. I'll have to talk to him tomorrow then. He's not gonna come in tomorrow. Your eyes went up to the clock. It was only 7:30 p.m. You hadn't slept for more than an hour or two. It felt like much longer. Your stomach growled, and you remembered that you hadn't eaten dinner yet, and that you were pretty much out of food. I'll have to head out and find a grocery store. So I guess I'll just keep an eye out for Florian? Not that I'll likely find him at a grocery store, if he's really a vampire. You turned toward a door before stopping in your tracks. Is everything alright? Winnie's legs stopped kicking back and forth, and she stared toward the ground, biting her lip. Does she want to come with me? She fiddled with her sleeve, and kept her eyes away from yours. Oh. You asked me about going out for dinner with you, right? Yeah, that's right. I'd love for you to come. And I forgot to ask Florian. Well, I want to go. That's great. But I'm really scared. Because she's a ghost, probably. Scared? Oh. I haven't ever tried to leave the building. What if we tried right now? Maybe she needs something to come with her? Like, is there something she's tethered to here that we can bring with us so she can travel? Wait, not even once? I see. No, I'm scared that if I try, I'll just disappear. Winnie's shoulders drooped, and she sighed. It's dumb, I know. But I've been here for as long as I remember, and I don't know if I still exist outside this building. What if the only reason I lasted this long is because I stayed here? What if I really am dead, and if I leave, I'll pass on? Winnie's eyes went down to her feet, and she swung them back and forth slowly. Hey, it's alright. Winnie, seriously, it's okay. It sounds scary. If you would rather stay here, we can do something else, just the two of us. But I want to go! I want to spend time with everyone. And laugh and eat. And laugh and have fun. I don't care if I can't eat or anything. But I don't want to be alone anymore. But I'm too scared. I'm always too scared. I feel that. You approached the counter and reached out, placing a hand over hers. It didn't feel like anything. You couldn't truly touch her, but the thought was there. If you want to do it, then do it. Be brave. I'll be right there beside you. You won't have to do it alone. Winnie hesitated for a moment, then pulled her hand back and floated down from the counter. Okay. You're right. I want to go. Thanks, Sage. You're the best. Do you want to try to come out with me now? No. I mean, thanks, but I think I need to build myself up for tomorrow. Alright. Then it's a date. If you change your mind, just tell me, okay? Okay. You double-checked you had your key before heading out into the growing night. The air was crisp and cold as you stepped out the front door, and the wind rustled the trees that lined the streets. There didn't seem to be anyone else wandering around, but then you supposed most people would be sitting down for dinner or tucked in the bed for an early night's rest by now. Bundling your clothes closer to your body, you started on your way to the main square. The town square was a little more lively than the store, but not by much. It seemed as if a good portion of the shops were closed or closing for the night, and only a few people wandered the streets. It was a far cry from the bustling crowds and bright lights of the city. The streets were clean and quiet, and the houses were well maintained without any sign of graffiti or broken windows. You could get used to this kind of life. This does seem like a really peaceful town to live in. I think I said this before, but I feel like I'd live here. You eyed the various stores around the area. A bookshop, a coffee shop, a hardware store, a pharmacy. Then you saw it. Nestled at the corner of the streets, a small grocery store. The same one Lucille had pointed out to you when you'd gone out to dinner the other nights. The light was on, and a small open sign hung in the window. You walked toward it, keeping an eye out for Florian, but to no success. The inside was what you would expect of a grocery, though much smaller in scale than the big grocery stores back home. The aisles were narrow, and the shelves were cramped, but it seemed like they had pretty much anything you'd need. The lone cashier nodded at you as you passed. No self-checkout here, which didn't surprise you. You won't take over today, computer overlords. He grabbed a basket and began picking out some basics. Milk, eggs, butter, that sort of thing. Oh, look who's here. Twice in one day? I think that's what they call fate. You turned, hearing a now familiar voice behind you, to see Eden leaning against his shopping carts, red hair tousled. Unless, of course, you just couldn't stay away and decided to search me out. In which case, I'm even happier. Eden grinned, and it was a little infectious. Actually, the allure of a full stomach pulled me here. Fate it is then. So, what are you making for dinner? You're not inviting yourself over, are you? I'm tossing up between a sandwich or a cup of noodles. Oh, you shouldn't break out the fine china just for me. Sorry, sweetie. Meal for one. I still need to find Florian. Sorry, this is a meal for one. Maybe you'll have better luck with the next person you walk past. What, you think I'd make a pass at just anyone? He leaned over the front of his car, mimicking his posture and smile. Yes. Ouch. Straight through the heart. Eden pressed his hand to his chest, feigning a dramatic injury. I suppose I have to win you over the old-fashioned way. Which is? Being so irresistibly charming and interesting that you won't be able to get me out of your head. Sounds like a lot of work for you. I'm used to working hard. Eden smiled, and his eyes sparkled with the reflective glow of the supermarket's fluorescent lights. He glanced down to his shopping cart, but was surprised to not see any food. You instead noticed an assortment of cleaning products, gloves, strings, and duct tape. I'm just gonna go. Suddenly my dinner looks like a 5-star restaurant compared to yours. Not hungry for duct tape? Maybe as a treat after dinner. We both laughed, and it was like a weight lifted from your chest. The events of earlier that night melted away, if only for this moment. I do a lot of DIY stuff, so I'm stocking up. And you use duct tape, not glue? Aren't you supposed to be what's it called? Isn't he supposed to be like, what was it, making furniture or something, or? I don't know, but I feel like he wouldn't be using duct tape unless like if a table chair is broken, he duct tapes it together, and that's how he fixes things. In which case, remind me never to use your services. But I'm not sure I trust him. This feels sketchy. But I think it's intentionally sketchy. Maybe he actually has a... We know anyone who has those items in their cart. I'm just, you know, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. Yeah, woodworking. Really? That doesn't look like woodworking supplies to me. You do look like someone who knows a lot about woodworking. Made a chair out of popsicle sticks once? I've worked with wood once or twice in my life, yeah. Really care to show me sometime? Sure, just tell me where to send the bill for my services. Being a woodworker yourself, you probably know all the right techniques, won't you? Well, I've been told I'm pretty good with my hands, yeah? And I'm very open to critique. We just have to practice until you're satisfied. Eden smirked and pushed its cart to the side, letting another customer through. Could join me? Or would you rather stay here in the condiment aisle forever? I can think of worse aisles to be stuck in. But I think I'll join you. The two of you started to walk through the aisle, and Eden took your baskets and placed it in his carts. Wouldn't want your arms getting tired. So, mysterious shopkeeper? I'm incredibly curious about you. Really? You had to talk at a town after all. Things must be really slow right now if I'm to talk at the town. You know how small towns are. They'll find anything to gossip about. He picked up a bottle of olive oil and dropped it into the carts. And yet, despite the most interesting thing that's happened here in months, despite that being the most interesting thing that's happened here in months, no one knows much about you. Most people assume that Sophie didn't have any relatives. He glanced over at you. As far as I'm aware, she's never left Willow Mist either. What could pull her away so suddenly and drop you in her place? I'm curious about that too, honestly. If you say please, I might be honest with you. Pretty please? I have no clue. Really, I'm not trying to be evasive, but honestly, I don't know. I have no clue why she decided to leave. She wrote me a letter and asked me to come, and here I am. She already left when I arrived. So a mystery, then. Even more interesting. But that doesn't say much about you. Want to tell me a bit about yourself? Depends on what you want to know. If it's the numbers on my credit card, probably not. Where you grew up, for example? What your parents were like? What's your favorite color? Eden grinned and shrugged his shoulders. Take your pick, whatever you're willing to share. We can answer honestly. I need some water. Get the other one. You want me to condense all my interesting experiences and history down to a few sentences? I'd take an essay if you had one. I don't, but it's never too late to start. In the meantime, I grew up in the city with my mom. I don't know my dad. C's all the way through school, and my favorite color is green. Surprise, surprise. Your turn. Well, actually, I do have an essay prepared, so... He reached into his overshirt as if he had something hidden there, but came up with nothing. Damn, I must have left it at home. I'm sure you can give me the synopsis, at least. I've made a few recent amendments you might enjoy. For example, did you know that I discovered quite recently that my favorite color is orange? Uh-huh. And I bet when you met someone with blue eyes, your favorite color is blue. Do I really seem that shallow? I think Lucille doesn't dislike people for no reason. Eden glanced around, as if to check no one was watching. Don't tell me you brought your guard dog with you shopping. Maybe I did? She'll jump out when you least expect it. I promise I'll be on my very best behavior then. Eden added a few more things to his carts. Mostly small things, and nothing that could be considered a meal alone. A single potato, flour, but no other baking ingredients. A box of gelatin. Amidst chatting, you found food for dinner too. A sandwich sounds good. I like sandwiches. Sandwiches would have to do for now. Proper meals could start tomorrow. Sandwiches are proper meals. Don't put down sandwiches. He found some fresh bread in the baking area of the store, and some lettuce, tomato, and cheese. Let's find some bacon and make a BLT. I love those. I want one. The two of you continue circling the store until you found everything you came for. Dinner for the night, some fresh fruits, and a few essentials like soap and toothpaste. It wasn't much, but it would do. Eden, however, kept your basket hostage in his carts as they continue onward, in no sort of rush. So, have you always been a carpenter? Oh no. I've tried my hands at a lot of things, actually. A jack of all trades, master of none, kind of thing. Most recently, I was a bartender, but it wasn't for me. And before that, a cook, a painter, a photographer, a writer. Is any of that actually true? At least half of it, probably. Maybe. Really though, I didn't come out into the world expecting to be a carpenter. It just sort of happened. It was a niche that needed filling in Willowmist. The last carpenter disappeared under mysterious circumstances that had nothing to do with me. Wow, you didn't... Was it necessary to add that last little bit? Because now I feel like it actually does have something to do with you. Why do I doubt everything you just said to me? Maybe you're a good judge of character. He added a couple more things to the carts. then began pushing it down the other aisle. One you already been down twice. What made you pick carpentry, though? That's a pretty specific skill. Like I said, I'm good with my hands. You looked down at his hands, but he was still wearing the same gloves from that morning. There's something satisfying about making something real with your own hands. You start with just an idea, a few scraps of wood, and then suddenly there it is. Something solid. Something that exists because you willed it to. I think that's what I like about it. You take something raw, shape it into what it's supposed to be. Simple, straightforward. A piece of wood doesn't argue with you about what it should be. That's oddly deep coming from you. What can I say? I'm an oddly deep man. I'm sure you'll get to know that about me soon enough. He added a few more items to the carts before continuing onward. You followed, more amused than anything else. I'm starting to wonder if you're leading me in circles, Eden. You can't blame a man for wanting good company. So it was on purpose. Of course. I wouldn't miss a chance to spend more time with you. But I suppose now the game is up. Shall we? He motioned toward the counter, where the cashier was still idling away. Grabbing your basket out of his carts, you checked out first, then headed outside. It had gotten much colder again while you'd been inside. The breeze rustled the leaves overhead, and a few stray leaves spiraled down from the branches that landed in your hair. You reached up and shook them loose. Eden followed close behind, carrying several bags. Thanks for waiting. What, did you think I'd ditch you and run off? I thought about it. Maybe. I don't think I got a good read on you yet, Sage. You're interesting. I was considering it, but then I imagined you standing there all alone in the cold with big, sad puppy dog eyes. I couldn't do it. Big, sad puppy dog eyes, huh? So that's the kind of man I am in your mind. I don't mind playing that part. Well, I was gonna say lost child at the supermarket, but I thought you might take offense. He flashed you a playful grin before glancing across the road. The street lamps cast a soft glow over the little park nearby. The swing swayed gently in the breeze, creaking faintly under its own weight. Now, since you were kind enough not to abandon me, allow me to return the favor. Oh, what favor is that? You're not going to grab my shopping and keep me hostage again, are you? He nodded toward the empty swings, then tilted his head at you expectantly. I happen to know that the swings over there have the best view of the stars in town. Trust me. His grin widened. Or not, if you don't want to. Sure. Sure, why not? I mean, we kind of... Well, we were just keeping our eye out. He's not even anywhere nearby, so it's probably pointless. I don't have anywhere else to be tonight. Eden, somehow with an arm full of bags of groceries, linked his free arm with yours. and led the way over to the swings. They were, as he said, not too far away, and completely deserted. A few small lamps cast the area in a pale yellow glow, and a couple of benches were positioned beneath the trees, their surface covered in leaves. You could see the moon above the treetops. There was something cozy about the place. Secluded and peaceful, but not lonely. Just a small, hidden space in the middle of town. A perfect spot for a midnight rendezvous. Or just a place to chat. Which was what you were actually doing. Eden sat his groceries down on the bench, then walked over to the swings, taking one of the two. You took the other, and he gently swung back and forth. CG? Yes. So, what do you think of Willamette so far? What I've seen has been beautiful. Kind people, great food, and the night is clear and cool. It's a lot quieter than back home. I could get used to this. And you're staying for 3 months. That's a decently long time, but also no time at all. Yeah. 3 months, then it's back home again. You sound a little disappointed about that. I don't know if I am or not, really. Things have just been a whirlwind ever since I arrived. And now it's already been a whole week. I'll blink and then it'll be time to leave. Eden chuckled and held a little tighter onto the swings chain, still looking up at the stars. Then why leave? Well, my mom is still back home. Even 3 months without seeing her is a long time. Don't you ever miss your parents, all the way out here? I'm sure I would if I knew them. Oh, I'm sorry. Don't be, really. Family is a little meaningless to me. So, not raised by grandparents either? I had a more communal living experience. But forget that. I'm far more interested in you. Why not bring your mom here, too? Well, she and my aunt don't have the best relationship. Not that I know why. I wish I could have gotten her here. She'd have loved it. You let out a small sigh and pushed the swing a little harder, trying to get a little more height. A shame. Knowing you and Sylvie, I bet she's incredible. You want to hit on my mom now too? I swear everyone in town is after my family. Why would I do that when you're right here? I can just tell you already like it here. Would have been nice if she could see it through your eyes, don't you think? Yeah. Maybe then I'd have some idea why she and my aunt don't get along. I always thought family feuds were supposed to be dramatic, but I don't even know what started it. You never asked her? I have a bunch of times. But every time she changes the subject, or tells me to drop it. So eventually I did. Maybe you should ask your aunt. She might not have the same hang-ups. I'd love to if I knew how to contact her. No address or anything? I literally have no clue where she went. For the mysterious woman. Anyway, 3 months is a long time to be away from home. Love friends you're leaving behind? A job, a lover, maybe? I had a job, but it wasn't anything special. I had a job, but it wasn't anything special. Just a casual position flipping burgers. But they could never give me enough hours, so there's no loss there. A fast food restaurant seems too mundane for someone like you anyway. What do you mean? Nothing in particular. You just seem to have a spark to you. Like magic. I think Willow Mist suits you. You barely know me. And yet I'm always right about these things. He leaned back on the swing, his hands gripping the chains loosely as he tilted his head toward you. His smile easy, but his gaze sharp. You have to admit, this town feels like it fits, doesn't it? It's been a week. And it's nice. But I don't know if I'd go that far. Not yet, maybe. There was something in his tone. Playful. But with an edge of certainty. Like he knew something you didn't. You're making it sound like I was meant to be here. And maybe you were. He said it so casually, like it was a fact. Like he had no doubt about it at all. Don't tell me you think this is fate. Fate? No. I believe in inevitability. He turned his attention back to the sky. The soft glow of the streetlights casting shadows over his sharp features. People end up where they're supposed to be, one way or another. And you? Well, I think you belong here more than you realize. Everyone's designed for something, aren't they? Will you? Aiden's expression didn't falter, but something shifted, just barely. Of course. I'm not exempt from the laws of the universe, as far as I'm aware. And what is it you were designed for? That's an awfully direct question, don't you think? What if I said I was designed to sit here and make conversation with a beautiful stranger under the stars? I would say you were dodging questions. Maybe I was made to find things out. To put puzzles together. To make sense of things. That's a weird way of saying you were meant to be a carpenter. Is it? Eden smiled and reached his hand out. Before you could react, he plucked a single leaf from your hair and held it up. He tore the leaf between his fingers. watching it for a moment before tucking it behind your ear with a soft, deliberate touch. There. Perfect. You think so? I'm not sure a leaf is the best accessory. You make it work just fine. I mean, green is our best color, so... He leaned back slightly, resting his arm against the swing's chain as he regarded you, a slow, knowing smile on his lips. It's strange, isn't it? Some people spend their whole lives searching for a place to belong. And others, they just fit somewhere. Like they've been there all along. Are you talking about me or you? You. You're like a missing piece finally clicking into place. The quiet between you stretched on for a moment, before Eden laughed and pushed himself off the swing. But enough about that. You should get some sleep before I convince you to stay out all night. You say that like it's a bad thing. I just hate to be responsible for you sleepwalking through your store tomorrow. And I wouldn't want you to miss our dates. It's not a date if everyone's going. I'll just have to work extra hard to make sure you only look at me. Now I have a slight suspicion. I don't know if I'm just thinking too far into it. But maybe he's like a seer or something? Like, I don't know, maybe he has like some connection to like mystic stuff. Because he says a lot of things about fate. He scooped up his grocery bags with an easy motion, shifting them over his shoulder. Shooting you a few playful glances, he took a few steps backward, his silhouette cutting sharp against the lamplight. Don't miss me too much, okay? I think I'll survive. Good night. Night, Sage. Eden grinned, turning on his heel and squandering off into the night, leaving only the faint echo of his footsteps on the quiet street. You exhaled, leaning back on the swing, watching the sky stretch vast and endless above you. The town was still, the only movement the occasional rustling of trees in the night sky, in the night breeze. Some people spend their whole lives searching for a place to belong. With a shake of your head, you push yourself up from the swings, then collect your groceries from the bench. You begin to trace the path back home that was quickly becoming as familiar to you as the back of your hand. It wasn't long before you were back at the town square, though it was now completely deserted. The streets were empty, save for a cat darting into an alley, and the only sound was the creak of a distant wind chime as it swayed slightly. It's kind of a nice feeling walking at nights. I never realized that. It actually is. It's unfortunately not safe, but it is nice. So, living in a town where you could actually do that would be nice. You glanced upward toward the sky. The moon shone bright and clear, illuminating the nights and surrounding houses. There wasn't a cloud in sight. A beautiful night all to yourself. Or almost all to yourself. A flash of something caught your eye. The form of a tall, lanky figure, sitting on a rooftop overlooking the square. He watched for a moment, little more than a shadow before disappearing out of sight. You quicken your steps back to the store. I think that was Florian, honestly. You hoped to see Florian when you arrived back at the store, but he was still nowhere in sight. I wish I had his number or something. Approaching the counter, you searched for any kind of employee information your aunt might have left, but found nothing. No trace of where Florian nor Lucille lived, or a way to contact them. However, sitting on top of the counter, you found a sealed letter with Sage written on it. Setting down your groceries for the moment, you settled down on a stool that opened and quickly opened the wax seal to see your aunt's graceful handwriting. To my dearest Sprouts, I hope this letter finds you well, and that Willow Mist is starting to feel less and less like a place you arrived at, and a little more like a place you belong. I have no doubt you've been charming the town left and right, whether you meant to or not. By now, you might have noticed that there are some things here aren't always as they seem. Strange little happenings, peculiar folk with peculiar habits. You're sharp, my dear. You always have been. I won't insult you by pretending you haven't begun to put some pieces together. I wish I could have been the one to tell you everything myself. But, well, your mother never would have approved. She wanted you far away from all of this. And though she had her reasons, I always thought you should be able to decide for yourself. The store, our store, isn't just about antiques. It's about people. It's about community. It's about giving a little help to those who need it. Just enough to let them find their own way forward. Some of them have come a long way to get here. Some of them have nowhere else to go. But they all need something. And if you listen closely, you'll know exactly how to help them. I hope by now you've stumbled across that grumpy old book. Or rather, I hope he's found you. He's a stubborn thing. Don't take it personally. If he's been less than welcoming. He was built to be peculiar about his company, after all. But if you listen, really listen, he has more wisdom tucked away in those pages than most people do in a lifetime. I know I left a lot on your shoulders, and I know it isn't fair. But I also know you can do this, my little Sprouts. If anyone can, it's you. I have full belief in you. Take care of the store. Take care of its people. And take care of yourself. And please tell me you haven't tried to sell the bird vase. I told you it was cursed. With all my love, Aunt Sylvie. P.S. Tell Quinn I'm doing well, and that I think of him often. He always did know how to make me laugh. I do hope the two of you become acquainted. With a smile, you refolded the letter and tucked it away. All right, Aunt Sylvie. I'll do my best. You're still not telling me where you went, huh? Retrieving your groceries, you headed back upstairs to unpack. The room was much like you left it. The window was still open, your bed was still unmade, and a cushion from the couch was still discarded on the floor from your wake-up call with Florian. A small amount of guilt settled in your stomach as you put away your groceries and made a late dinner. It wasn't much, but it was food. If it isn't my illustrious master, returning from whatever nocturnal nonsense has stolen her attention this time. I need to eat. Jeez. I'm actually hungry now. Barnabas fluttered into view with a dramatic huff of air, as though he'd been holding his breath in indignation. I hope your day's endeavors have been worth abandoning your faithful servant for hours on end. I imagine whatever inane nonsense kept you away was terribly important. Perhaps a riveting chat with one of your incredibly mundane customers. Are you saying you actually wanted my company? I thought you wanted to be alone. Of course, Master. I live to be ignored, neglected, and left strewn in stagnation while you frolic with your fanged employees and amateur spell work. It brings me immeasurable joy to gather dust alone in your tiny, cramped abode. Okay, jeez. Something tells me you're being sarcastic right now. You don't say. What a master of deduction. Oh, will I ever escape the clutches of your incredible intellect? Did I ask if you wanted to come with me? Or I did ask if you wanted to come with me, you know? Which I did not. So what is it you want exactly, then? Not to be alone, but also not to spend any time with me? Precisely. Your wisdom knows no bounds, Master. Though, to be candid for a moment, I much prefer your company over the lurking menace you insist on calling an employee. Honestly, a vampire, Master? Did you already know? I could hardly call myself a grimoire if I did not know the scent of a vampire. I didn't think being a book had anything to do with smelling people, but okay. I didn't know books could smell. Alright. I forgot that your brain lags behind sometimes, Master. Let me spell it out for you quite simply. Magic is in the air. The threats of reality and the auras people leave behind. And vampires? They reek of old blood, on death, and regret. There are more than simple to pick out. But by all means, continue trusting him. I'm sure nothing could possibly go wrong with employing an emotionally fraught bloodsucker with impulse control issues and a sad backstory. He's not really employed by me. He's employed by my aunt, and either way, Aunt Sophie trusts him. And this store is a place for people who have nowhere else to belong. I wouldn't have ever thrown him out. Barnabas let out a long, drawn-out sigh, as though his entire world had grown tiresome. Very well then, continue ignoring my sage advice, and do as you please. After all, it's your funeral, not mine. He turned his attention to your half-eaten dinner and snorted derisively. A meal fit for a king, I see. A truly inspired use of your time and resources, Master. You know you're pretty judgy for a stack of paper. That's probably why you don't have any friends. You continued eating, waiting for Barnabas. Barnabas's almost guaranteed response. A stack of... The gall of you! The gall! I have not need nor desire for friends. I live to serve, not frolic around and have fun like some... Oh yeah? Then why did you get so huffy every time I leave you alone? Barnabas fluttered indignantly, his pages puffing outward in an offended ripple. Because, Master, leaving me unattended in this drafty little hovel is a waste of rare and precious genius. Not because I'm lonely, heaven forbid. I simply find it offensive to be shelved, and when I am a once-in-millennium arcane artifact. Totally not lonely. I am above loneliness. Loneliness is for sentimental beings with soft hearts. I am made of enchanted ink and intellect. Besides, I had plenty of company today. Lady Seraphina of House Moonbridge accused Countess Belladonna of enchanting her husband with a love hex again, and the fallout was positively catastrophic. Wine flung, cars shouted, a hat caught fire. Utterly riveting. Is our book watching telenovas? Or telenovelas, right? That's what it's called. Now I could be going crazy, but I'm pretty sure those are characters from a television show. The real sorceress of Silverkeep, in fact. It does not surprise me that you know so little about it, but it is a fascinating documentary. A documentary. And you enjoyed watching this documentary? It was a purely academic viewing, Master. A study of interpersonal dynamics among magical inclined nobility. It's research. Did you spend all day watching it? I might have absorbed 8 episodes, but only because Countess Belladonna's familiar betrayed her, and I had to see how that arc resolved. For scientific integrity, obviously. Right, scientific integrity. Honestly, if they simply enchanted their contract bindings properly, none of that would have happened. Amateur hour, truly. Also, Seraphina's illusion magic is atrocious. Her whole tower is a lie, and no one is talking about it. You do know that's all fictional, right? Obviously, Master. But some elements ring true. Magic, after all, is based purely on reality. There have been countless Lady Seraphinas and Countess Belladonnas throughout history. Anyone like me in there? Why, yes. There happens to be a talking toad that advises a countess. I believe the character's card is called Toadsworth. You share many qualities. I'm putting you into drawer. Careful there, Barney. Compliment me too much and I might accidentally fall for you. You would not be the first human to do that, so trust me. Nor the last. Wow, ladies' man over here. Finishing your food, you cleaned up, and then glanced over toward Barnabas, who was still watching you. It's late tonight, so maybe tomorrow we could do some more practicing? I am always prepared to further your knowledge and skill, Master. Though perhaps you could begin by tidying up this horrendous mess you call a room. Honestly, it's a pigsty, truly. That feels a little unfair. This is all my aunt's stuff, not mine. It's not like I chose to have a room full of clutter. You have lived in it for a week, and haven't even bothered to put away your own dirty dishes, Master. I would not design to call that a good defense. Overgrown? You considered, and began to put the room in order. You don't have the energy for this, but you also don't have the energy to argue with a book. Okay, look, I will admit, I do have a tendency to let my dishes stack in the sink. I don't let them stack too long, but, I mean... It happens. Oh, by the way, is my whole magic shtick meant to be a secret? Do I seem as if I have the answer to every question, Master? You seem like you think you do, yes? Well, I am pleased to see you are accepting the truth. But to answer your question, yes. In general, revealing one's magical capabilities to the mundane masses is frowned upon. Especially when one is a fledgling spellcaster who lacks any kind of control. You're far more likely to set your sleeves on fire than impress anyone. Hey, I'm already getting down the spell you taught me. Oops. As did every toddler I've taught in the past. I'm on the level of a toddler? Just below, actually. But don't be discouraged, Master. Toddlers are remarkably clever these days. You know, a little bit of encouragement won't kill you. No, but it might kill you. And I've grown strangely fond of not being shoved into a drawer again. So consider my criticism a public service. One day it might save your life. One day I'm going to be so good at magic that you're going to eat those words. When that day comes, Master, I shall serve them with tea, jam, and a commemorative plate. But until then, try not to burn the house down. I wonder how flammable you are. Excuse me? Did you threaten to ignite me? Me, the illustrious Barnabas the Magnificent? I'll have you know, I am warded against flame, though clearly not against rude commentary from reckless amateurs. Honestly, how flammable are you? Have you no shame, no decorum, no decency? You're so easy to wind up, Barnaby. Yes, well, enjoy your jest at my expense, Master. It's good to have a hobby when one lacks talents. I'm sure you know all about that. Going back to the don't tell anyone lest you burst into flame yada yada yada. Is it okay if I trust someone? That is your decision, Master. There have been many famous spellcasters who were quite open about their craft, and others who were inherently secretive. Some were revered as visionaries, others were burned at the stake. It's a bit of a mixed bag, really. Trust is a valuable resource, best spent in small increments, and monitored closely. So you're saying I should trust, but be careful? No, I'm saying you should trust me, and be wary of everyone else. But since I know you won't listen, yes, be careful. At least try to be. Magic may be in your inheritance, Master, but secrecy is your shield. You don't know yet what kind of eyes might be watching, or what they want. You're being uncharacteristically serious right now. Yes, well, even I'm allowed moments of grim sincerity. Now, if you're quite done probing the depths of philosophical trust, Please turn on the next episode of The Real Sorceresses of Silverkeep. I need to see if Lady Seraphina finally hexes that two-faced necromancer, or just throws another goblet. So this is like the witchy version of The Real Housewives. You know, I'd actually kind of like to see this, just out of curiosity. Excuse me, sorry. Yeah, here you go. You lifted up the remotes and turned on the TV, and the screen lit up with images and loud voiceovers. Barnabas fell silence, and he took the opportunity to settle into bed. With a yawn, you glanced toward the window, and the moon, hanging high and bright above the treetops. As tired as you were, sleep did not come easily. Thoughts raced through your mind, and the events of the day still felt more vivid than ever. Still, after some tossing and turning, you fell into a deep sleep, accompanied by the occasional gasp from Barnabas in the background. Ew, no, it's rainy. I hate it. Oh yeah, let's use my skill points. Kisses. Oh, a pain more than heckling. Okay. Charm might be nice. Keen eye for value and sharp mind for history. Spot fakes before they cost you. A steady hand and talent for repairs. Maybe this is good. Because they only seem to get like one customer a day. And I'm not, at this point, I'm not going to be able to pay my bills. But maybe I should do charm. Yeah, I should do charm. Also, what's this? I don't think I saw this before. Okay, so... Okay, so they... Oh, okay, I can do this too. Let's start from here. Okay, so I guess I don't have any resumes for any of that. Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't... Oh, it's these things. Okay, I kind of see. But yeah, I'm not gonna be able to pay my bills. I'm sorry, Emmett. Really, I'm sorry. Also, I really am hungry. I think I might go get some tortilla chips or like pretzels or something. So I'll be right back. Sorry, I know it's so unprofessional, but I'm hungry. I just grabbed a bunch of things so I don't have to choose. Yep. I'm gonna try one of these. These are really good. Like, if you ever get a chance to get these are really good. Mmm. Well, good. Sorry. Okay. Let's go. You woke this. Bleh. You woke to the soft pitter-patter of rain against the window pane. Gentle as a lullaby, still echoing in the quiet hush of the morning. With bleary eyes, you saw the world outside of your window was tinged gray, the colors muted. The rain fell in steady sheets, and the air in your room felt cooler, calmer, like the storm had swept away yesterday. It's like the Hilary Duff song. I used to love that. I used to listen to her all the time. Back when I was younger. Like, I'm trying to remember how it goes. It's about rain. It's about, like, rain falling down and washing away something. I forget the exact lyrics, but it was about something like that. And I remember I loved that song when I was younger, when I was like a preteen. The rain fell in steady sheets, and the air in your room felt cooler, calmer, like the storm had swept away yesterday. Wrapped in the warmth of your blankets, you let yourself sink a little deeper into the mattress, lulled by the rhythm of the rain and the soft creak of the old building. You would not believe this, Master. It's just preposterous. Lady Seraphina has betrayed Countess Belladonna for a third time. You really thought, if she betrayed her 2 times, you really thought, is this really surprising? This time there were public hexes thrown about, as if they were common insults. Was the table flipped over? You peeked out of the covers toward the TV, and found Barnabas still in the couch, where you left him last night. Light filtered through the rain-sprinkled window, and the room still held that quiet of early morning. But of course, peace cannot survive, Barnabas. And don't even get me started on Lord Thickwick. He's faked his own banishment, Master. Banishment! Who does that? Barney, did you even sleep? I'm a sentient grimoire. The fact I must explain this to you so often, however, does not surprise me, as I believe your brain never fully developed. Rude. I transcend such trivial mortal needs, like sleep or hunger. But if I were capable of exhaustion, I would say I am running solely on indignation and disbelief. You watched show all night? Naturally. I could not possibly pause while Countess Belladonna was teetering on the brink of scandal-fueled exile. I have two options. Lay in bed and listen to my book talk about an unpopular TV show, or get up and get to work. I guess we're getting up. Not really a choice, is it? But actually, the TV show, I would at least try the TV show. It kind of sounds interesting. I mean, I was never a big fan of like reality type shows, like the Housewives. But if you put like a magical twist on it like this, I'd be curious. I hope Florian comes in today. You dressed and got together a simple breakfast before heading downstairs. You came down the staircase expecting to see Lucille, same as every morning, standing guard near the door. But she was nowhere in sight. Instead, you noticed Winnie, sitting at the front desk. Sage, finally! Were you waiting for me? Not really. Not really waiting exactly. I was just getting lonely. Florian is usually here overnight, but he ran off yesterday and he hasn't come back. I'm sorry, Winnie. You know I'm just upstairs, right? You can always come hang out if you're feeling lonely. I guess. I just don't want to make you hurt. I just don't want to make you get hurt again. What, are you still thinking about the glass thing? Don't worry about that. It was a silly accident. Then maybe we could have a sleepover sometime. I'm sure Barney would love that. Who? Oh, Sage. Oh, Sage, do you have a secret boyfriend hidden upstairs? Wouldn't that be exciting? Alas, no. He's a stray I picked up. A cat? That's even better than a boyfriend. No. Ah, what the hell, we're friends, right? Of course. The bestest friends ever. He's a book. A book? He's called Barnabas. He talks and everything. Got a bit of an attitude problem, though. We can go introduce you now. Winnie stared at you blankly. Like a diary? A spellbook. Whoa, like magic and stuff? Apparently, there's some things my aunt didn't tell me about. About her and myself. Typical, huh? You're a witch? Something like that. Only you and Florian know, though, so don't go telling people. My lips are sealed. This is so exciting. Can you turn me into a frog? Oh, actually, when is Florian coming back? Turn him into a frog. I don't think he'd appreciate that. As long as we turn him back after, he can't complain, right? Come on, it's just a little prank. Unfortunately, I only learned a spell for turning someone into a frog, not one that turns them back. Oh, maybe it's a good thing you don't have the other one. We could get in way too much trouble. Winnie giggled. We? Oh, well, of course. You and I can be partners in crime. Just like on those detective shows. The police would never figure it out. I don't know, a string of frog transformations just after I moved to town sounds awfully suspicious. We'll need a cover, obviously. Maybe we can pin it on someone else. I can't really turn anyone into a frog, you know. Not yet, at least. No, my plans. Barney's a tough teacher. So far, all I can do is be slightly better at looking for things. That doesn't sound like a superpower. It's not. But if there's a pen under the couch, I'll be able to find it. Okay, that's kinda cool, I'll admit. With a grin, you walked over to the counter and leaned on it. You looked up toward Winnie. So it's your big day. Are you excited? What? What do you mean? Don't tell me I've forgotten something important. We're going out for dinner. We're going out for dinner. Oh! What? I forgot. You're not that forgetful usually, are you? Are you feeling alright? I'm so nervous about it, I think I sectioned off the part of my brain that remembered. We're still going? We are, if you're up for it. It'll be a good chance to get to know everyone, to hang out. Winnie nodded. Maybe even a good chance to debut some of your idol skills. And think of it like training. Winnie's expression shifted from nervous to excited. You're right! This is all just a stepping stone in this is all just a stepping stone in my way to stardom. If I can get past the first hurdle, nothing can stop me. And that's the spirit. Spirit. Okay, I didn't even mean to do that one. The sound of thunder in the distance roused you from your conversation. And as the clock struck 9, the rain grew heavier. I wonder where Lucille is. What do you mean? It's Sunday. The store's closed today. It is? It is, isn't it? I'm such an idiot. The sheepish laugh. You rubbed the back of your neck, a little embarrassed. I could have slept in some more then. Well, it's probably not good to spend all my day lazing about. That does sound pretty great, though. You know, I can't remember what it was like to sleep. Winnie leaned forward on the counter, resting her chin on her hand. To be honest, I can't remember most things. What's the world look like? What does food taste like? It's so weird. But also normal, I guess? I don't know. What kind of stuff do you remember? The sound of floorboards creaking, a sunset, and that song. That's not a lot to go on. But there are a lot of things I can't remember. My birthday, for one. Isn't that lame? I can't even celebrate. Well, why not today? Huh? It's the 7th of November today. If you don't know when your birthday is, why not choose one for yourself? But isn't a birthday special? Any day can be special. Even a random day in November. We're already going out for dinner tonight. Why not make it a party? Winnie blinked, then gave a big beaming smile. You do that for me? You're acting like it's some huge inconvenience. Of course I would. Thank you. Really, thank you. Hopefully the rain clears up, though. Or we'll be having it here instead. And I need to find a way to contact Florian. He left yesterday before I could ask him to come. It wouldn't be a proper party without our resident grump, would it? No, it wouldn't. We gotta invite him. Except I don't have his number. Or know where he lives. Do you know if he has any friends around town we could ask? I don't think Florian has many friends. At least none I've ever heard him talk about. He likes to keep his private life pretty private. Well, I have a few errands to run today, so maybe I'll have some luck finding, I don't know, his address or number somewhere? You'd think my aunts would have those. The rain outside pounded the roof in constant, steady rhythms. It was a calming sound, even if it was making leaving the house a little less than ideal. Since it's your birthday and everything, how about we keep each other company too? I'd love to. Let's get to it then. Okay, I guess we should probably clean the store and pay our bills. If we can pay the bills. Hopefully that's enough. Okay, the bills are $120. How much money do I have? Can I pay the bills tomorrow? Because as far as I know I still only have like $75. I'll pay them tomorrow because I don't think I have that much. Is there a way I can check? Yeah, total $76. I don't have enough. I feel really guilty not being able to pay my bills, but at least it's gonna be an excuse to see Emmett. Maybe Emmett knows where Florian lives. I doubt it, but you know, maybe. Let's get to it then. You were sweeping up under a table when you noticed something. A sock. A sock with rainbow stripes and polka dots. It seemed strangely out of place amongst all the dusty antiques. But perhaps someone had dropped it by accident. But they were just in the store, they took their socks off and flung it. Is this Aunt Sylvie's? It doesn't really seem like her style. You bent down lower and noticed a second sock, and a third. None of them matching. Of course, which did lead you to believe that they could belong to your aunt. She did seem like the kind of person who would keep off mismatched socks after all, who could pull off mismatched socks. Socks. Your eyes searched around the store, seeking out any further stray socks. Why are we... Alright, sure, we're searching for socks. There, peeking out from beneath a stack of old magazines. You reached under and pulled out another sock. This time decorated with cartoon penguins. Then you noticed another and another, all in an almost suspicious line leading you to... There, at the edge of the counter, a basket filled to the brim with mismatched socks. You tipped it upside down and watched as dozens, then hundreds of socks began to spill out and cover the counter, then the floor. You flipped the basket back over to find it was just as full as when you began. No worse for wear from the massive avalanche of socks that had just covered the entire storefront. This is like a magic basket of socks? Is it possible to put the socks that we found and we poured out back into the basket? Will they go back in? I hope they do, because we just made a huge mess now. I guess someone could find infinite mismatched socks useful. Honestly, I don't know who would, but okay. Yeah, I don't think anyone's buying that. You began searching through your aunt's collection. Unfortunately, you don't find anything worth selling. We're not gonna use that spell? Is there a way for us to use that spell? Okay. Yeah, I don't know if there's a way to use that spell. Okay, whatever. The sun was beginning to crest over the horizon when the rain ceased and the sun peeked up from behind the clouds, painting the streets and buildings in a wash of color outside the store. After a busy day around the closed store with Winnie, you were unsurprised to not find any way to contact Florian. With a sigh, you began to think. Quinn might know, or maybe Emmett's? Who can I ask? At that moment, the chimes by the door sounded, and the door opened timidly. Sorry, the store's closed too. Standing in the doorway was a familiar short man with dark hair, wearing a slightly oversized jacket and headphones around his neck. He looked toward you almost sheepishly. He actually came back! I was actually kind of worried. Can we talk? I say we already are. He rubbed at the back of his neck, not meeting your eyes. Yeah, I guess so. I'm, sorry for running away. He glanced toward you, but quickly away again. And sorry for what I tried to hurt you, so... God, this fucking sucks. Apology accepted. But on one condition. Can you tell me what's going on with you? Yeah, I guess that's fair. Where's, Winnie? She's upstairs still. I'm guessing she doesn't know? No. No one knows except Sylvie. I had to tell someone. Look, this is new to me. I'm a vampire. I guess I don't fucking know. It's not like I chose this, and... I hate blood. The smell... the taste... it's disgusting. I try to avoid it, but sometimes I'm not in control. I get so hungry, but all my old favorite foods just don't work anymore. So I try to keep to myself, and keep people away from me. All this tiredness has been from hunger, then. Yeah. But you've eaten now, right? You don't look as bad. I guess so. Well, there you go. No harm done. You say that, but... You're not a danger to me. I believe that. You're just... going through some stuff. Florian was silent for a moment, before a weak laugh escaped him. God, you're a fucking moron. Why aren't you scared? Because I like you, Florian. I don't think you'd really hurt me. You're an idiot. Yeah, I'm aware. It won't happen again. I won't let myself get in a situation where I could, so... just try to keep your distance, please. No. I'm not going to abandon you just because you're scared of yourself. You can ask me to be careful, but don't ask me to pretend I don't care about you. I don't deserve that. Too bad. You got it anyway. Why? Why the fuck are you so nice to me? Because you're cute. Why not? You're a good person, Florian. Florian stared at you blankly. A confused, almost pained expression on his face, as if the very concept was foreign to him. With a deep breath, he looked away from you, then back. Just don't expect anything from me, okay? I don't want to drag you into my bullshits. Then don't. But I'm gonna stick around either way. Now I've got a question for you. How does one go inviting a vampire to a birthday party? Oh, what? I meant to ask you yesterday, but things got a little hectic. Eden invited us all out for... I'm just not realizing we're going out for dinner with two people who can't eat. God, am I just that insensitive or what? You're inviting me out? Yeah, of course. I'd love for you to be there, but if you don't want to... I'll go. If it's fine. It's more than fine. It wouldn't have been the same without you. Where does the birthday thing come into where does the birthday thing come into it? Oh, we decided it's Winnie's birthday today. Is it her birthday today? Likely not, but today is as good a day as any for someone who doesn't remember their birthday. There was another knock at the door, and it slowly opened, once again as Lucille walked in, though you almost didn't recognize her. For the first time since meeting her, she lacked her charismatic armor, and instead wore a much simpler blouse and trousers. Oh, that's cute. Good afternoon, Sir Florian and Sage. How do you fare on this fine day? How is it fine? It's been pissing it down with rain all day. And now the sun has risen. And the rain has departed. It is a blessing indeed. Nice to see you, Lucille. The day's even better now that you're here. Lucille paused mid-step, as if the words had taken her by surprise. Then slowly her posture softened. You speak with such ease, yet your words land with a great weight upon my heart. I thank you. I shall endeavor to be worthy of your sentiments. She gave a short bow, more a reflex than a necessity, but her cheeks were faintly flushed. You're gonna give her a heart attack if you keep talking like that. Should I stop? Nay. Let your words fall where they may, Sage. I find them uplifting. If I bring even a fraction of joy to you, as you bring to me, then I am satisfied. Whoa! Everyone's here! Not quite everyone. Emmett and Eden haven't turned up yet. Winnie hurried down the stairs, and her eyes immediately lit up at the sight of Florian. Florian! What? You came back! Yeah, I kind of work here. Well, that's not what I meant. I mean, you ran off last night. You fled? During your shift, Sir Florian? I teased him a little too much. My fault. Sorry. It's my fault, actually, but we worked it out. It wasn't... Yep, all worked out. I am relieved to hear that. It is good for us to take an outing like this. Bonding as colleagues is a vital part of work experience. You nodded sagely. Totally. Do I work here? Kind of. I guess she's like the security camera ghost girl? She helps keep the store cheerful. She does something, I don't know. If you count getting in the way of work, then yeah, sure. That's not nice. Don't make me make Sage turn you into a frog. Into a what? I'm afraid I must admit ignorance on this topic as well. It's a joke. I mean... Who can't turn someone into a frog? Lucia raised an eyebrow, and Florian stared flatly at you. At her, then at you. Anyway. Eden and Emmett still haven't arrived, huh? I wouldn't be surprised if Emmett just didn't turn up. He's never wanted to get to know us before. Why would that change now? You shouldn't think of such things, Sir Florian. He will surely arrive soon. However, if Sir Eden were to find himself lost in a ditch somewhere, I would not be surprised, nor would I be upset. Oh, I forgot you didn't like him. It is not simple dislike. There is something uncanny about him. She paused, considering her words carefully. The world has an energy, a presence. Some people are bright and vibrant, like you, Sage. Others have an energy that is quiet, more subtle. But when I look at Sir Eden, it is as if he has no aura at all. We just don't like him. That's not illegal or anything. I would like to think I am not so petty, but... I don't want to I mean... Can I just say he's not bad? Because he... I still feel uncomfortable that I found that he bought those kind of supplies. What was it? A rope? Duct tape? Like... everything you would need for like a kidnapping? Or a hostage situation? But I also don't hate him, but... I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I think he's fun. Fun in a wouldn't trust you as far as I could throw kind of way, but fun nonetheless. I will endeavor to take your opinion into account and not simply assume the worst. I apologize. You don't need to say sorry for not liking someone. And there's a hell of a lot of people I don't like too. That is fair. But it is a shame to let distaste rule one's emotions. The chimes by the door rang again once. And when the door opened, you were surprised to see two silhouettes. One taller, standing rigidly, and another that stood with a confident swagger. Honey, I'm home. I told you not to say that when we got here. And I told you I don't listen. Now who's ready for a night on the town? It's dinner, not a pub crawl. Emmett, Eden! I'm surprised to see you two arrive together. We happen to bump into each other. Fate can have such a heavy hand. See, he keeps talking about fates. He's gotta have some kind of, like, mystic thing going on. You were loitering around my house all afternoon. I would hardly call that fate, even if such a thing were to exist. Fate works in mysterious ways, my friend. As I said, it is hardly so mysterious that fate... God save me. I don't think even God can save you now. Sorry, Emmett. I don't think even God can save you now. You don't need to remind me. Good evening, Sir Emmett, Sir Eden. It was a good evening, yeah. And I'm sure it still will be. I don't think I've ever seen the store so full of life. Too much life, if you ask me. Ignore Florian. He's being a sourpuss. What? A sourpuss? Come on, it's my birthday. Cheer up. Your birthday? No one told me that. Actually, we decided it this morning. Very curious of you. That makes me think that you don't know when your birthday really is, perhaps. Well... it might be today. It's a 1 in 365 chance. I don't know about you, but I don't like those odds. But I like those odds. Honestly, I think it's a great idea. We should all get a birthday cake whenever we want. That sounds fiscally unresponsible. A cake is never irresponsible, Emmett. I bet you have a secret sweet tooth hiding under the suit somewhere. I would buy a cake. I would buy a whole cake just to eat, because why not? For no reason. I mean, as long as I don't eat it in one sitting. Why not? Sweet tooth or not, sugar should only be consumed in moderation. So you do like cake? Of course he does. This big guy is a huge softie deep down. I've seen the key ring in your pocket. It holds keys, Eden. It's also an orange cat wearing a bow tie. It was a gift. I want to see. That's hardly necessary. Come on, Emmett, it's her birthday. It is quite literally not her birthday. You wouldn't want to disappoint the birthday girl, would you? Fine. He reached into his pockets and pulled out his keys. Attached to them was a tiny crocheted kitten. Indeed, wearing a bow tie. That sounds so cute! Oh my god, this thing is so cute! It looks like Sage! What? It does not. It definitely does. Look at that fluffy orange hair! A coincidence then. That's all. Whatever helps you sleep at night, big guy. I've owned this for months. It's hardly related to a person I met in the last week. But it does look like her. Truthfully, it is a remarkable resemblance. A fascinating observation. Now, are we going for this not birthday, or did we come out this way for nothing? So he's embarrassed. It's cute. See, it's Fates. We're your type. We're going. Come on, I got us a reservation at the best place in town. Would that happen to be the Silver Oak? I'm unsurprised to see someone with such good taste already knows about the Willow Mist's best-kept secrets. What part of it is a secret? It's like the only restaurant in town open past 6 p.m. He didn't hear his prone to hyperbole. You should not put stock in anything he says. Then shall we make our way? If we are not to be late? Yeah, let's go. The group began to file toward the door, and you held it open for everyone to leave ahead of you, until only one other person remained. Yep. We gotta help Winnie out. This is a scary moment for her. How are you feeling? Would you believe me if I said good? Is that the truth, though? Winnie looked up at you, and then smiled. The same bright smile as always. I guess I'm a little scared. But I'm excited too. It feels like I've never stood under the big open sky before. Even if I'm sure I have. Thanks, Sage. For what? For coming to this town. Well, I should be the one thanking you. For giving me such a warm welcome. No way! I should be thanking you. If I remember correctly, I think I gave you the kind of opposite of a warm welcome. Let's agree to thank each other then. Deal? Deal. Now come on. Everyone's waiting. You held open the door and stepped outside first. Outside the shop, the street was quiet. There was no traffic, and the storefronts across the street were dark and lifeless. Winnie stepped out after you, slowly at first, her movements guided by hesitation and fear. But that quickly gave way to something brighter and bolder. As she left the doorway, she let out a gasp, her eyes fixed upon the stars above. They're beautiful! There was something in her gaze. Awe, longing, or something else. But her expression was so filled with light, you couldn't help but smile. The others watched on, a mix of curiosity and knowing across their faces. Florian looked up himself, and the look in his eyes was much more subdued. You were very brave, Lady Winona. It takes true courage to face one's fears. This is your first time leaving the store, is it not? Yeah, I guess it is. I can't think of a worse hell than being trapped in a musky old store. It's a wonder you didn't die of boredom. Nothing could be boring with Winnie around. Yeah, well, you got me there. You walked over to Winnie, then offered her your arm. Ready for an adventure? I guess I am. Winnie took a breath, then locked her arm through yours. Or at least tried to. Though neither of you could touch the other, it was a strangely comforting gesture all the same. Slowly, the group set off, heading up the sidewalk. As he went, Winnie kept glancing around, taking everything in with wide eyes. You couldn't blame her. There were a lot of new experiences waiting after all. It's so strange. I've been looking out the window every day, but nothing has ever felt as big as the world looks right now. A gentle wind blew through the streets, ruffling clothes and bending leaves scattering across the pavements. You couldn't help but notice the way Winnie's hair and clothing stayed totally still. There was no movement to her, except her steps. And she made no sound either. Oh yeah, I guess we have to introduce her to Quinn. He's probably never met her before, right? My dearest friends, Sage, it's truly good to see you. Hi Quinn, how are you? 1,000 times better now that I see you here. And you brought quite the crew with you. We're having something of a birthday cross welcoming party tonight. How very wonderful. My friends, I will give you the finest service this humble restaurant has to offer. Thank you, Sir Quinn. We appreciate the hospitality. Lucille, you're looking positively radiant tonight, my dear. Did you do something with your hair? Lucille cracked a smile at that. A little sheepish, but her eyes seemed to sparkle in the low lights. Perhaps it's the lack of armor that makes me look different. I find it more comfortable than expected. Well, either way, it's a pleasure to have you once again. Please, allow me to see you to a table. The group followed Quinn further into the open-air dining area, which was beginning to fill up with customers at this time of night. It was fortunate that Eden had thought ahead and reserved a table. Your group of 6 sat down, and Quinn left you menus and took drink orders. This is cute. There we are. There we are. I didn't know you were so familiar with the owner, Sage. What can I say? I have a way with people. How much is obvious? You have all of us wrapped around your pretty little fingers. Speak for yourself. Some of us are just trying to do our jobs. Perhaps that is something you should consider, Eden. Are you trying Are you trying to tell me that your relationship is entirely business? Entirely. That's how an employment contract works, yes. Aiden let out a laugh at that, shaking his head. You play so hard to get. Emmett pushed up his glasses, crossing his arms, and looked away from the table. I'm not playing anything. I'm simply doing my job. If you were only doing your job, you wouldn't be sitting here right now. I am simply... Look, do you two need a moment, or should I start handing out earplugs? Jesus. Shut up, Florian. This is like seeing a TV drama in real life. No, he's right. We shouldn't try to have all the spotlights. Not when we have the birthday girl and Sage right here. You know, it dawns on me that some of you know each other better than others. Perhaps we should get a bit of an ice-breaking done? Like what exactly? Oh, I know. I saw this game in the magazine. Two truths and one lie. Eden's eyes lit up. Now you're speaking my language. That sounds stupid. I am in agreement. This is a game for children. On the contrary, perhaps such a game would allow us to get to know each other better, though I am unfamiliar in how this is played. It's simple. You have to state 3 things, 2 of which are truth, and 1 that's a lie. Usually everyone has to guess which is which, but I think it would be more fun to leave people wondering. What do you say? Lucille made eye contact with Eden across the table, and a silent, unspoken challenge seemed to pass between them. I agree. This sounds quite interesting indeed. I am looking forward to getting to know you further, Sir Eden. Careful. Beautiful people who know how to swing a sword are my weakness. I'll go first. Do I really have to play? It is Lady Venona's birthday. If she wishes it, you must. Fine. Whatever. Winnie beamed. Yay! Okay, Alright. 1. I'm a really good singer. 2. I sometimes randomly smell disinfectant when there isn't any. And 3. I love the ocean. I'd be a little worried if 2 is true. Because I feel like that's probably not a good thing. What a spread of options. Now all of us will be guessing all night. This is just stupid. You should not judge while you have not spoken your truths and lies, Sir Florian. Fine, but this is dumb. Florian crossed his arms and leaned back, looking away. 1, I used to be a vegetarian. 2, I'm an only child. 3, someone tried to kill me twice. I hope 3 is the lie. Actually, 2 is the lie. We know 2 is the lie. So 3 is true. Are you... keep you safe. Are you all happy? I know I am. Well, kind of. As long as someone did really try to kill... They did. Because we know he has a sister, so that's a lie. Who knows? He just shrugged at that. It seems we are all learning more about you by the moment, Sir Florian. Right, that's just what I want. Allow me to go next. I have prepared 2 truths and 1 lie, and I trust you will be able to easily decipher the falsehood among them. Firstly, I was knighted before my 18th birthday. Secondly, the last time I saw my homeland, it was burning. Lastly, I held the crown of the fallen king for 3 days until his people could bury him. You deliver all 3 with such confidence that I suspect they're all technically true. And the lie is in the semantics. You do not seem like the kind to lie otherwise. Now you're getting it. Emmett pushed his glasses up again and tapped his finger against the table thoughtfully. I suspect you were knighted on your 18th birthday. I think you probably did hold someone's crown, but it was for more than 3 days. Oh, or Lucy was still there after her homeland stopped burning? Look what you've done. We're not even supposed to be guessing. You're quite good at this game, Lucille. Thank you, Sir Florian. Or, thank you, Sir Eden. Eden is fine. Aren't we friends? We'll see. Sir Eden. I suppose I'll go next. If only to get it over and done with. The pink in my hair is natural. I grew up in a town over from Willow Mist. I've never had a cavity. I'm gonna guess the cavity is the lie. Does that suffice? This is more than I gotten out of you all week. I told you I have no interest in personal relationships. That one's definitely a lie. It wasn't part of the game. But it is a lie. But it is a lie. I have a sneaking suspicion you might actually like us. Some of us, at least. Not you, in the very least. What about Sage? I find Sage tolerable, in a business sense. Easier to deal with than Miss Miracle, that's for certain. Tolerable? There, Sage. That's pretty much a marriage proposal coming from him. I'm already regretting coming. There is no need for regrets, Sir Emmett. It is in the company of comrades that even the most hardened hearts are softened. You're not helping, Lucille. On the contrary, I believe I am offering him a valuable opportunity for introspection. Translation, you're stuck with us, Emmett. I think I need to. Nope, you are not escaping. Drink? Which is, my friends, for your wish is my command. Quinn set down drinks all around the table. A wide smile on his face before pulling out a small notepad and taking your orders. You watched as everyone ordered minus Winnie, before it stopped at Florian. I'm not really... Go on, Florian, it's my treat. Actually, we were planning to share something, weren't we? were we? Yeah, remember? Quinn, could we get a pasta for two? Fantastic taste. I would expect nothing less from my wondrous Sylvie relative. Ah, she adored my pasta. How I miss her. She'll be back soon enough. I'm sure she misses you too. Quinn smiled a little wistfully. Your words warm my heart. But come, we should not waste a moment. To the kitchen. Quinn left once more, and the chatter slowly resumed. Eden and Emmett started bickering about something or other, while Lucille stood and began showing off some stances and sword swings to Winnie. Florian, however, lightly pulled on his sleeve. Hey, thanks. For that, I appreciate it, I guess. You just have to pass me the pasta under the table now. I probably should have picked something you can eat with your hands. I could just start filling your pockets with it. I prefer not, that's a bit messy. Pocket pasta is the best kind. God, you're stupid. But thanks. Sage! Yes, Winnie? You haven't had your turn yet. Well, if I remember correctly, neither has Eden. Then I suppose I should have my turn. We have to save the best for last, Let's see. I had a lovely childhood. I was born in the most beautiful garden in the world that you'd ever find on the map. I was born in the most beautiful garden in the world that you'd ever find on a map. And I've read over 1,000 books, though I couldn't tell you if what any of them were called. 1,000 books and no titles to note. That is most peculiar. Unless that is a truth, and he's much, 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 much older than he looks. Because if that is the case, then he easily could have read over 10,000 books. And it would make sense that he doesn't remember the name of any of them. Wouldn't be too surprising. Although maybe there'd be maybe there would be at least one book that he would remember the name of. Doesn't the average person read like 700 books in their lifetime? I haven't read any. You don't count. Maybe they were boring books? Even boring books have titles. Forgetting every single one is statistically impressive, I suppose. I've always loved being statistically impressive. And what kind of garden are we talking about? Tulips? Oh, are you a man-eating tulip person? I could be. What do you think? I don't know. You're so mysterious. I guess I'll have to leave you all wondering then. I'm far more interested in what our new friend here has to share. Who? Little old me? Don't play coy. You've been dodging the spotlight all evening. Maybe I just enjoy listening to all of you. If I have to play the stupid game, so do you. All of us. All of us. All of us, you're the one shrouded in the deepest mystery. Am I? Am I? I think I've been pretty open with you all. Perhaps too open. Alright, let's see. Okay, pick a truth. This seems cute. I used to write letters to the moon as a kid. I never did get a response. That would explain a lot about you, actually. I think that's adorable. I bet the moon read every single one and just didn't know how to write back. That's what my mom used to say, too. Name every mug I own. Let's try this. I saw someone talking to a bird out of their window once. At my old apartment, I was hanging out on my balcony. And I looked down and bam! A bird holding flowers. What? A bird. It looked like a crow or something. It had all these sunflowers. You know you're meant to make lies sound convincing, yes? This one's actually a truth. My neighbor even took the flowers. Hey, we told you our old apartment was weird, right? This shouldn't be too surprising. You should be able to believe this, right? I once got engaged by accident. I just want to see the reaction for this one. I once got engaged by accident. What? It's true. I thought it was a joke. Apparently it wasn't. Were there not vows exchanged? A dowry discussion? I ran for the hills before it happened. Changed my number, moved apartments, you know the drill. No, I don't think we do. Bon appetit. I hope you're all hungry. Quinn placed a large bowl of pasta between you and Florian, and everyone else's dishes in front of them. The smell made your stomach growl. You're really starting to miss proper food, with all the snacks and sandwiches you were living off of. Thanks, Quinn. This smells amazing. It's my pleasure, Sage. Please, eat to your heart's content. Oh, I wanted to tell you. My aunt sent me a letter. Ah, the apple of my eye. Muse to my culinary creativity. Light of my life. How is she? She's doing good, I think. She said to say that she thinks of you often. She did? Quinn paused, just for a second. Long enough for you to catch the flicker of something soft in his expression. Like the sun breaking through a cloud. Well, goodness, He cleared his throat, and quickly turned back to the table, fussing with napkins that didn't need adjusting. Be still, my beating hearts. To be thought of by such a luminous soul. What a treasure. You must tell her the feeling is mutual. No, stronger than mutual. Mutual squared. I'd love to, but she still hasn't given me any way to contact her. But I'm sure she knows that. She remains as mysterious as ever. That is my Sylvie. I hadn't realized you two had a relationship like that. How long have you two been together? Together? No, you misunderstand. And Quinn chuckled, a little wistfully, folding his hands over his heart. We're not lovers, my friend. We're not anything so easily named. Sylvie is the kind of woman whose presence alone is enough to change a man. I have loved her in my own way for years. And if all I am permitted to do is place in her story, no matter how small, then I consider myself blessed. So you wouldn't want anything more? What if she wanted more? Quinn's smile faltered just slightly, his gaze turning distant for a moment before he answered. Then it would be the greatest honor of my life. I would like for Quinn and our aunt to get together, like, as a confirmed couple. I hope they do that by the end of the game. His words were quieter than usual. And then, with a small laugh, he shook himself free of the mood, his usual flamboyance returning like a well-worn coat. But whether such a day comes to pass or not, I'm content to cheer from the sidelines, to cook, to fuss, to write odes of her magnificence when the moon strikes. Me, which is often. You're kind of a hopeless romantic, aren't you? Hopeless? Never. I remain full of hope, overflowing with it, in fact. And now I am passing that hope on to you. Eat, drink, and enjoy your evening among friends. Those evenings are the finest ones. Quinn bowed and left, and conversation quickly returned. Wow, I can't believe you actually just came out and asked him that. Why not? Love is a subject I'm fascinated by. I mean, I thought it was pretty well known that he's head over heels for her. It's news to me. Florian picked up a fork of pasta and blew on it, though didn't move it to his lips. I mean, I think he asked her to marry him like 20 years ago. What? Wait, what? Seriously? This gets more juicy by the second. Sir Quinn's devotion is most admirable. To love so fiercely, yet ask for nothing in return. It is the kind of loyalty spoken in old songs and battles. Lucille sat straighter, hands resting on her lap as she gazed toward Quinn, who was already laughing at another table and setting down drinks. In my homeland, we are taught that devotion is not measured by its reward, but by its endurance. To love without expectation is the purest form of loyalty. We speak vows not to be returned, but to be upheld. If one's heart is true, it does not waver, even in silence. You're gonna make me cry, Lucy. The way you talk is so beautiful. You really do have a way with words. You'd make a good poet, Lucille. It's beautiful, sure. But isn't that a little tragic, too? The group looked toward Eden, who leaned back slightly, fingers loosely rested around the stem of his glass. All that loyalty, all that devotion. And what if it was never returned? What's left for someone like that? Did you not listen to a word he said? Not everything is about what you get back. Some people love in quiet ways, through actions, stability, showing up. There's value in loving someone without expecting something in return. You just don't understand it. What makes you so sure I don't? What makes you so sure I don't? Because everything you say about love sounds like a transaction. You offer your heart and expect someone to take it. That's not a connection. That's a contract. What would you know about it, Mr. I don't need anyone? More than you at the very least. Wow, okay. I thought we were playing party games, not starring in a courtroom drama about the ethics of love. Sage is correct. We would do well not to pry into Mr. Quinn and Lady Sylvie's private matters. Even the purest intentions may bruise when they mean to heal. And I would not like to see Mr. Quinn's hurt by our words. You're right. Of course, my apologies. Still, I enjoyed the conversation. Hearing everyone's views is enlightening. I didn't grow up around people with opinions that were handed to them. So hearing all you speak so freely, even when we disagree, is kind of refreshing. Though if you ever want to have a less existential discussion about love, Sage, I'm always happy to offer my services as a test subject. Oh? In the name of science? Naturally. Controlled environments, one-on-one observations, lots of long walks and meaningful glances, all the good stuff. All very official, wouldn't you say? You're incredible. Just shut up and eat already. You all just jealous of our blossoming relationship. Yeah. You all just jealous of our blossoming... You're just jealous of our blossoming relationship. I can't speak. I'm losing my voice. What? I'm not gonna let you steal my favorite manager away from me. Yes. Take care with your words, Sir Eden. For I am sworn to protect Sage from anything that means harm. This is somehow the best and worst dinner I've ever had. I can't help but agree. Oh, he's gonna accidentally grab a sip of beer, isn't he? Emmett reached out to Emmett reached out to the glass Emmett reached out to the glass on the left of his plate, lifting it for a quick sip. Emmett, that's not... Too late. Emmett has already taken a mouthful, pausing as the taste hit him. He slowly set the glass down, blinking once. Your drink. I didn't realize we were close enough to share. I'm honored, Emmett. You switched the drinks. No one switched anything. You grabbed it yourself. Is Sir Emmett quite alright? He stared down at the glass in betrayal, then turned to you, squinting slightly. You're blurry. Maybe you should just... Wait, Emmett, are you drunk? After just one sip? I didn't realize you had such a cute side. Shut up, Eden. You talk too much, no one likes you. So you're an honest drunk. You've gained a new charm in my eyes. Please stop speaking to me. You, why are you just sitting there? He looked toward you, elbow on the table, face resting in his hand. Why am I sitting here? To eat dinner? That's what you usually do at a restaurant, I think. Why aren't you sitting here? Emmett nodded his head toward Eden's seats. Do you want me to sit next to you, or something? Oh man, if I could eat popcorn, I would be eating popcorn right now. I had not known Sir Emmett held such strong opinions about seating arrangements. So what if I do? Is that a crime? Not the last time I checked. What, you don't want to sit... What, you don't want to sit next to me? No. Your personality is exhausting. And you flirt with everyone. Don't flirt with everyone. In fact, I think I've been decently unflirty tonight. You flirt with Sage. Maybe it's time to... Do I? Constantly. And poorly, I might add. You seem oddly concerned about where Sage's attention goes for someone who doesn't care about anything. Never said I didn't care about anyone. I'm just selective. Selective, huh? Yes, very. I only showed up tonight because someone kept dragging into nonsense. Someone keeps getting dragged into nonsense, and I have to keep an eye on them. Who? Me? No, the other new antique store manager in town. Of course I mean you. Oh, he's like a clingy cat that pretends to hate you but actually loves you and wants to sit on your keyboard while you work. That's oddly specific. But yeah, kinda. That's specific. I never pegged you for the possessive type. What do you think I'm gonna do, biter? Knowing you, probably. You need not worry. No one is going to get bitten on my watch, Sir Emmett. No one's going to bite me. Not unless you say please, at least. Keep your mouth to yourself, Sir Eden, lest you lose it. Lose my mouth? Alright, so I'll be good. I doubt it. Sage, you should come sit next to me for your safety. That's a little hard when I'm sharing dinner with Florian, don't you think? You can share mine. Try it. That depends. Will you feed me? If I say, There was a pause. Half the table watching, half of it holding in laughter before Emmett entirely without hesitation lifted his fork with the most absurd seriousness imaginable. Say it then. The fork slipped past your lips. It was a simple gesture, but something about the way his eyes were on you and the look in them was strangely intimate. Oh my gosh, he actually did it! Wow, that's pretty good. I'll have to try that next time. But I think I'll stay here and finish my meal. Hey, think about it like this. You can keep a better eye on Eden if you're sitting together. Reduced to a third wheel. It seems I'll have to step up my game. Hey, Emmett, I have a question. Why do you stop by the store so much these days? He's helping me with... I know, all the boring numbers and stuff. But that's not just it, is it? It's part of my job. I'm ensuring the transition is smooth, and that Sage isn't unintentionally ruining the store's finances. Come on, Emmett, just admit it, you're hovering. It is not dishonorable to show concern for one's companions. Are you checking in on me? Of course I am. I like drunk Emmett. He's so honest. It's cute. He cleared his throat, adjusting his glasses. He was suddenly dropped into your role with little warning. In this town of all places, monitoring your adjustments is prudent. Aw, he's worried about you. And that's very sweet, Emmett. Thank you. I'll have to remind you of this entire conversation tomorrow. Psst, you owe me $5, Florian. Once again, what does a ghost even need $5 for? Well, go on. What bet at my expense did you guys make this time? I bet that Emmett had a soft spot for you. I mean, he never stopped by so much when Sylvie was around. You picked up the last of the pasta with your fork. Already full to bursting. Apparently, eating the pasta for two all by yourself was difficult work. Though fortunately, no one else seemed to notice Florian's lack of eating. Winnie hovered over toward Emmett's, poking fun while he attempted to swat her away unsuccessfully. Eden and Lucille were engaged in lively conversation about something or other, and for a moment you felt at peace. It was strange. You hadn't known anyone here for longer than a week, and yet here you all were, talking, laughing, having dinner together, like you'd known each other all your lives. It was a feeling you'd never felt before, not even back home. The closest you'd ever come was the nights where you'd stayed up playing video games with friends over voice chats. And even then, there was a distance between you, a separation in place. Here, though, it was different. Even when Emmett or Eden were arguing, there was something comforting about the knowledge that they were right beside you, a mere arm's length away. You leaned back, fork resting against your plate. Your stomach was full, and so was your heart. Okay, new bet. No, I keep losing bets with you. I don't want to do them anymore. Wrong answer. Okay, here it is. I bet Lucille could ease out Florian. Never mind. Lucille could out-eat Florian and Emmett and Eden in a pie-eating contest if she wanted to. Is there a pie-eating contest coming up I haven't heard about? Well, no, but we could always organize one. I'll pass. That is not a wager I would wish to entertain, Lady Winona. But I am flattered by your confidence in my constitution. Lucille gave a quiet laugh and dabbed at the corner of her mouth with a napkin. This evening has been most enjoyable. In my kingdom, feasts are often accompanied by political tension and hidden motives. Here there is laughter, companionship, and light-hearted debates. I must confess, it is refreshing. I'm glad you think so. Same. I haven't had fun like this in forever. I wish every day was like this. You'd get bored of me eventually. Impossible. I can never get bored of you. It's true. You have a natural draw to you that's hard to resist. You think everyone's hard to resist. What can I say? I'm a lover. Ew. Anyway, are we done here? It's probably about time I dragged our favorite accountant home before he regrets the nights any more than he already will. Don't worry, tonight's on me. Eden stood and tracked down Quinn, leaving the rest of the table to gather themselves and stand up as well. As you all did, Eden returned, followed by a beaming Quinn, who seemed positively ecstatic at the sight of the empty plates left behind. Did you enjoy your meal, friends? It was wonderful yet again. You'll have to give me some pointers one day. I've never had cooking like yours. For you, absolutely. You know, much of the flavor comes from growing our own produce. Why, we had a beautiful harvest of carrots just the other day. I'll drop some by for you to have sometime, yes? Oh, Quinn, you don't have to do that. It would be my pleasure. Plus, to be perfectly honest, I have far more than I need. You, my dear, would be doing me a great favor. Free food, yes! Well, in that case, I'd love some. Thank you again. Wonderful, wonderful. I'll drop by sometime next week if I can. Quinn smiled, eyes crinkling. Then, after bidding everyone a good night, he disappeared back inside the restaurant. With that, it was time to head home. Your group found your way back to the road, said your goodbyes and happy birthdays, and turned back toward the direction of the antique store before stopping in your tracks. Someone else came up beside you. Hey. Hey. Did you miss me already? Hardly. Look, fuck me. How many times do I have to say it? Thank you today. I wouldn't complain about it one more time. Are you that desperate for validation? It helps boost the ego. True. Thanks for earlier. For not just kicking me out, for the pasta. The pasta was entirely selfish of me. I was just really hungry. Can you just accept my gratitude? I'm not good at this kind of stuff. Talking, feelings, whatever. Well, for someone not good at this kind of stuff, you're doing a pretty fine job. This was... I mean, pretty terrible overall, but not as terrible as it could have been. That sounds like high praise coming from you. Is my company so bad? No. I mean, it's whatever. God, what am I trying to say? Look, I don't really do the whole people thing. Even before. But I didn't hate this. Hate being with you. Or, with everyone else. For the first time in a long time, I felt like a normal person. Normal is nice, but I'm here for you. I like Florian. Whether you're feeling normal or strange, or like you want to bite me. You shouldn't say that so casually. I'll get the wrong idea. What, that I want mine? You're insane. Maybe, but you're still talking to me, so what does that make you? Even worse, probably. Just what I need, another problem. I'd say we make a pretty good match. Really. Don't say things like that. Why not? Because I'll start to believe you. He didn't look at you as he said it. But his voice was quiet. Genuine. Like the words that slipped out before he could stop them. And I don't know what I'd do with that. I'm gonna go. See you tomorrow. You better. He hesitated. Just for a moment, before he turned and slipped away into the night. He was searching around in your pocket for the keys when he heard the footsteps against gravel. Who's this? Working lights? Keys dropped out of your hand and fell to the ground as your eyes peered through the darkness to notice someone leaning against the wall a few feet away from you. His red hair was framed with black tips, and his eyes were dark, his expression unreadable under the night sky. Hidden behind his hair was a black tattoo, wrapping itself around his throat. My bad. I didn't mean to startle you. A place like this, I thought it'd be closed by now. I can't say I know many stores open at this time of night around here. Is there something I can help you with? Maybe. Maybe not. I suppose we'll work it out together, hey? This here place? Kind of. I'm just looking after it. It belongs to my aunt, actually. Sylvie Marigold, right? She's pretty famous around here. That's an impressive family tree, if I've ever seen one. You know her, then? He tilted his head. Eyes narrowing slightly. In passing. It's hard not to, really. She collects attention in a town like this. I hadn't heard she was leaving town. Well, I guess she doesn't owe anyone an explanation. She'll be back soon enough anyway. No, I suppose she doesn't. It does make me curious, though. Leaving so suddenly does feel a lot like running, don't you think? Maybe she just needed a holiday. Maybe. Either way, you're not what I expected to find. What were you expecting? Hard to say. But I imagine we'll both find out soon enough. And then he smiled. You couldn't tell if it was cold or warm. Well, don't let me keep you. He stepped aside, gesturing toward the door. Once want to be the reason you miss curfew. As he bent down to pick up your keys, you felt his eyes on you. Not necessarily threatening, but there nonetheless. He's cute, but this is weird. This is slightly uncomfortable. Just so you know, I happen to know someone who's very curious about you. Yeah, should I be flattered or concerned? Maybe both. I'm sure we'll be seeing each other around, Sage Marigold. He turned, hands in his pockets, already rocking away. Hey, what's your name? Hale. Don't forget it, okay? You hurried inside and locked the door behind you. Where's Winnie? Where's Winnie in all this? Did she like teleport back to the house or something, or? Well, I say, here I am, a humble spellbook, patiently awaiting their master for our promised training session, only to be abandoned. Left to wither all day in this dusty room. I'm not surprised, master. Just disappointed. Barney! Listen, our lesson might need to be put on hold for just a little bit longer. I bumped into someone outside. I suggest watching where you were going then, master. It takes no magical prowess, so you should be able to manage that much, I assure you. He knew my name. My aunt's too. Said he was just curious, but something felt off. Did he reek of sulfur? Speak in cryptic riddles? Glow ominously? I do hope he wasn't glowing, master. Strangers who glow are never up to anything good. I feel like I should probably remember that. What? No. Nothing like that. He just had red and black hair. Just kinda cool, I suppose. Black tattoo on his neck. He said his name was Kale. Kale, you say? Yeah, does that mean something to you? Kale. A tattoo on his neck? Stars above. Where have I heard that name? He cleared his throat. Very deliberately. Well, I would never jump to conclusions without proper research. That would be terribly unprofessional of me. However, I may need to consult my appendix of suspicious persons, arrest entities, and known troublemakers. It's a rather long list, you understand? Well, thank you for that, I think. Of course. My pleasure, master. It seems our lesson will once again be put on hold. Please do try not to suddenly combust or otherwise harm yourself in the meantime. I would hate to be placed back on the shelf waiting for the next terrible spellcaster to come my way. I'll do my best not to combust. How? That would only happen if we like really fucked up a spell, right? I hope. That's the bare minimum, master. I suppose I'll take it. You smiled faintly and moved to replace your day clothes with your pajamas. The quiet of the apartment settling around you like a familiar quilt. Barnabas drifted lazily at your desk. muttering something about cross-referencing character flaws. You decided it was best to leave him be. Of what you knew of him, he sometimes needed to mutter strangely to himself. You turned toward the window, your reflection soft against a darkened glass. Outside, the town of Willamette slept, quiet, calm, and just a little strange. And tomorrow, you'd open the shop again, maybe learn a spell, maybe meet someone new. But tonight, for now, you were home. And I think that's probably... Oh, maybe not? Oh, it is! Yeah, that's the end of the that's the end of the demo. I like this. I quite like this. I'm still a bit, like, stuck between Emmett and Lucian. I think once this finishes, the game itself, I think I'd probably go Lucian's route first. And then Emmett's. But for romantic interests, I think I like those two. But character-wise, I actually like all of them. I'm still a little uncertain about, oh gosh. Ironically, one of the ones that caught my eye in the animation, the most recent guy we met, not Kale, but or Kyle. It's probably Kyle, isn't it? But yeah, Playboy Boy. I still need to learn more about him, but I am curious about him. But I really like the characters. Mm-hmm. So yeah, that is the Willow Mist Emporium of Antiques and Curiosities. I actually really... I said this, but I actually really like this. I'll definitely be having this on my radar for keeping it up to date and when on the progress of the full game. But yeah, I think... Yeah, I think I'd go with Lucian for the first, as my first target. But yes, I also imagine that, like, you saw how Lucian kinda, approached us at the end as we were walking home. I imagine that depending on who you have the most romantic points with, or affection points with, I guess, that character will probably be the one to talk to you there at the end. So I am curious to see if that little my little suspicions there are true. So I'll probably do another playthrough and focus on another character to see if that's like a thing. But yeah, very intriguing. Very like mellow, very cozy, very interesting. But I do really want our aunts and Aunt Sylvie and already forgetting names. And the guy at the restaurant to like, I want them to get together at the end and have like a relationship. I want them to be happy. I do wonder who turned Lucian, or Florian. Sorry, not Lucian. I don't know where Lucian came from. Who turned Florian into a vampire? It happened at the college, right? So that means there's like a pureblood vampire out there somewhere, right? I hope we find like some kind of cure for him, or we find... I want him to be happy. But yes. There we are. So, if you want to play the game, the demo, you can find it on itch.io and on Steam. So go ahead and check it out. This is from 2.5 Studios. And yeah, go check it out and give your thoughts, and I don't know. But anyway, yeah, that's gonna be it. I'm trying to think, what am I gonna do for this next week for stream? I have family coming over, so I'm just trying to decide, am I gonna do streams all until they arrive? And then like take the rest off? Or am I gonna do maybe 1 or 2 streams at night while they're here? Or I don't know, maybe I'll just leave it up to fate. Just whatever happens, happens. If I stream, I stream. If I don't, I don't. Yeah. I have thought about doing that, actually. I've actually thought about a couple things. But I haven't really decided on anything permanently. But yeah, anyway, for now, that's gonna be it. So I hope to see you again. Thank you for coming by, or thank you for watching the VOD. Sorry for the unprofessionalness, but, you know... This might start being like more commonplace, because sometimes I'm like I'm hungry, but I'm like, there's still a long way of the stream to go. I don't know, it's like... I endure the hunger, and then it makes the... It affects the experience of the gaming. So, while eating on stream, feels like unprofessional and like something people probably don't like and would probably turn people off. Because I know people have issues with like people eating and sounds and yeah. But I don't know. I might loosen up on that a little bit from now on. We'll see. But yes. Thank you for watching. I hope everyone has a nice night, morning, evening, afternoon. If you wanna join one of the other streams, I'll have my schedule posted up on Blue Sky. Or at the very least, I'll have like an estimated schedule. It's another thing, like I said, I'm thinking about things. Okay, music, I like music. But yeah, I'll have the next week's schedule up on Blue Sky, hopefully soon. I'm gonna work on that immediately after I shut down stream here. And yeah, I guess that's it. So, once again, thank you. Have a nice night, morning, evening, afternoon, and goodbye.